Hi friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from North Carolina, United States of America. Good morning, Kim, and good morning to the world, and welcome to IBM TV Stary Saturday, 13 June, show number 96, continuously
Oh,
since 96.
oh my gosh, 96. I feel old.
And Kim, I can say that we are celebrating our 100th anniversary soon.
Hey, 100.
100 within 100 within approximately 3 months.
That's just unbelievable. And people don't know what it takes to do a daily show. I mean, there's a lot involved. It's not like we just sit down and talk. I wish it were
And
that
Kim,
easy.
and Kim also, we have a trivia question today, and if someone will answer, we will invite that person on our 100th show. The
Okay.
trivia question is that how many minutes we have recorded since 9th of March.
How many minutes? I don't even know.
Jim is calculating. So
I mean,
as Anandmai, they are calculating how many minutes.
is it kind of like when you put a jar of M&Ms up there and you go, how many M&Ms are in the jar?
Yeah. Certainly.
Because if you you're going to have to go back and look at every episode we have and see how many minutes we filmed for every episode, because it's going to be different. Maybe we'll make it easy on people and ask them how many hours we not minutes but hours.
But they have to calculate minutes as well, because then only they will come to ours.
Right. So we'll tell people, the one who comes the closest. We'll have a competition, and anyone who comes the closest, we'll come up with a prize.
Certainly.
Absolutely. And so your computer looks like it's working today.
Because I have removed everything.
Sometimes we have to do that.
There is nothing. I am trying to get my backup and work from some other computer till the time we don't have a new one. But that is what I don't know what to do. Yesterday also it was rebooting every now and then, maybe every 40 minutes or maybe an hour or so. I don't know what's going on.
Well, yesterday was a fabulous show with all those doctors, and what a great update.
But Kim, I'll tell you, a lot of doctors didn't show up yesterday because of the current situation, and some of our doctors are not well. So they just need some time to get well soon, and then they can join the show.
So yeah, I noticed that. Are we going to have any of the doctors potentially show up today? Because that's what I'm looking at our list.
Today we have Anandmai. She's waiting for us when we can put her live, and so as Jim, and then Mansi will join, and then we have Dr. Saggu's talk show, and then we have Dr. Yu Stemcell and then cricket show, which is unfortunately because of a lot of contracts, cricketers denied to join. I have invited a couple of international cricketers, but at the last moment they had some media contracts.
Okay.
So they said yes to me, but after cross-checking, they said it's difficult because it violates the rules and conflict of interest and blah blah blah. So I don't know what to do. But I think both are guests on backstage. They play cricket, so we can invite them on 1 p.m.
Well,
show.
there you go. They know cricket, and I think we're going to call Jim Dr. Jim because, or Professor Jim, because of. Or Coach, maybe Coach Jim, because he does fitness, right?
Yeah.
So, but anyway, but yes, and then we have Dr. Anandmai.
Anandmai, I'm not sure whether she's had a doctor degree or not, but I think she's an engineer. So let me ask her, bring her live.
Bring her live.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Good evening.
Namaste.
You look lovely. Namaste. You look so beautiful today.
Thank you.
I think you have a fan. He's in backstage.
Yes.
It's Jim. Coach Jim.
Hi.
But we enjoyed your talk with us last week so much, and looking forward to it today because we need it, right? We need to start finding some peace amongst us around the world, some understanding in our hearts, right? And this is where we talked last week about finding love within ourselves first. And so I appreciate you coming back and sharing with us all of this good message that we need to hear. So, how are you doing today?
All good here. Thank you so much for asking. The weather was a little tricky here in Delhi today. It tricked us that it's going to rain, but then it said, bye, I'm not coming now.
Don't you love that? Mother Nature can do that, can't she? But so can humans, right? Humans can do that as well. So Mother Nature can trick us into thinking we're going to have something one day, and she can turn around and go and do something else. But then humans, we end up with that same emotional impact in many ways. What are some ways we can do when we feel like we're expecting something and then something else happens? How can we avoid that odd feeling?
Okay, so what I like, this is something which I was thinking in my head before coming to this show, that this is what I'm going to share. So what happens that we tend to think a lot. We think a lot about the past, what has happened, and when we think a lot about what's going to be there in the future, like in next minute, in next day, next year, next month, whatever. But we forget to stay in here and now. Just before starting this, I was sitting at this at my desk, and I was thinking that, oh God, what question and all that, and that happens to everyone. It's very natural and it's very normal. Then I just took few seconds to breathe in and just be here with my laptop, with my headphone, and just to think that, okay, what it's gonna be, just here, be still and be alive. And whatever it comes up, then go with that flow. Do not think and plan. So I'm not saying that you do not have to plan your life, but what will you gain if you think a lot about your past and a lot about your future and missing out the present?
Namaste.
So can't see who said.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Sometimes, especially when you're sharing something beautiful and wonderful or great information, we kind of like to spotlight you, and that's kind of hard for some people. So we're not disappearing on you. Sometimes we might have to, or sometimes we accidentally go out, and sometimes we might have to step back. Like I might need to sneeze or something. But yeah. um, but how beautiful is that? And it's interesting that we're on the same subject. So it says that we are on the same level around the world, that we're not alone, right? We're all kind of feeling the same thing. And maybe the reason is we've all been sharing the same crisis and same trauma and impact around the world. And this is what I love about these talks is I'm learning I'm not alone in this. How about you, Ankit?
Same thing. I mean, I think that this is the first time when it's a level pitch for everyone.
That's
It's
right.
just that how you want to play yourself. And I usually like to play on my strengths. I don't think about the weaknesses, because everyone has those weaknesses. But if you think on playing on your strength and work on your weaknesses and learn and implement and don't repeat your mistakes, that is what I believe in. And also, I mean, my father told me something when I was a child, that don't get overexcited with anything, or with any moment, or with any gift or anything like that, because that shows a lot of your weaknesses. And I mean, anyone can play with that basically. So if I have some excitement, also I know how to manage those excitement and keep it calm, and keep it straightforward. Yeah.
Keep calm and carry on. Jim, speaking about strengths and weaknesses, which is something we learn in the game of chess and building the fitness, how do you feel about this level playing field that we're dealing with?
Well, I think for the first time in my life, I feel like some guarded optimism that we're becoming unified, because we are all experiencing the same thing, the same fears, the same a sense of it. It's building communities where communities did not exist before. I think it's one of the things that, there's a lot of downside to this pandemic, but there is a sliver of hope, and there's a silver lining that we're all feeling like we're in this together. And, sometimes we make progress towards that, and other times we backtrack. But this time it feels a little bit different to me. It feels like, when I see someone wearing a mask and I'm wearing a mask, I feel like we're in this together, and
Wow.
it's a connection that I feel. And I really like what the general topic, because I tell myself not to future trip. That's the word I use, because my mind always goes to the worst case scenario. And I think in the future, I think of, oh, this bad thing is going to happen, when the chances are overwhelmingly that that bad thing is not going to happen. So I waste a lot of energy and anxiety on things that are not going to happen. And when I look in the past, I look to the past without regret. The past forms us, but it can also inform us. And if it informs me not to make the mistakes that I have done in the past, so my future can be a little bit brighter.
Wow. Wow, I call you Doctor and Anandmai, but and you might not be a doctor, but I do definitely feel you as a doctor because you heal, And to me, I don't care whether you have an education in it, with a piece of paper. If you're there to heal, you are a physician of souls and minds, and that is a physician of health and body. So,
Thank you very much.
what when you woke up this morning, you came up with it, because I was thinking the same thing. I was praying. I do an hour of prayer in the morning, as well as my physical therapy. I feel like this is a unity and communion of feelings. How can we move forward? I mean, we're playing on our strengths, but I think sometimes we have to know our weaknesses, right? We're all weak. I'm not going to be ashamed of it anymore. I have a lot of weaknesses.
No,
I
everyone has it. I mean, you can't hide it out. If you don't have a
So
weakness, that means you are superhuman.
Right, but I was taught the same thing, Ankit. I was taught to always show my strengths, right? And I come across as a bully sometimes. And I'm not. I am not a bully. I will not stand down. You know, I will not stand down, almost to the bad point. But we've been hit with this. We were talking about this yesterday, where we feel like Mother Earth is taking back, right? We are the virus, as Jim and other people have said, and Mother Earth is taking back what's hers. And maybe she's telling us we need to work together. We destroyed her in many ways. We violated the earth in so many horrific ways. I was listening to people without water.
Yeah.
That should have never happened. If we're an intelligent species, we should have never tapped out our water table, right?
I agree.
If we're smart, you know, but I don't know what's going on there. I've heard stories where people have blocked and siphoned the water tables, and they're hoarding them in places so that they can sell them back to people. I've heard just many stories, whether they're true or not. But you know what? We have to get our minds back to where we need to be, to focus on what we need to do to make things right. And I think so. Your message for us today is very powerful. Share a few more things for us.
sure, Kim. Adding to what you said, that and I wrote this, I think, day before yesterday. So every day a new wisdom comes in, and then I write it somewhere on Facebook or in my diary. So I wrote it that next time when someone asks you to be positive, just say them, tuck to my hand like this. And because you cannot appreciate and accept light if you cannot embrace the dark. So whatever negativity is it, you have to accept it, experience it, embrace it, and then rise from the ashes. You need dark, you need night to see the stars. You cannot see the stars in bright day. So whatever it is, it can be your as you say, we all have weaknesses, we all have fears, and we all have other things which we do not want to show to others. And then slowly what we do, that we stop accepting it for ourselves. Also we start denying them, that oh, I can't get fearful, I can't get fearful, oh, I am a very strong person. And then we cover up it so much that if someone else point it out, we become very offensive, and we are like, oh god, now he know me, now what to do. Then you start building that distance from the person, that okay, I should not go to that person because the person has seen my other side. And that uh, brings out the differences between two people or maybe two countries as well. So when you start accepting your own weaknesses, when you start accepting your own dark sides, the ugly sides, no one else in this world can judge you. And when that judgment is gone, only unconditional love and acceptance is there.
But why we are so concerned about judgments? I mean, we are so concerned about judgments that we always like to judge ourselves, and we like to judge others, and we also want to know what someone else is thinking about us, and then we create that gate that whether we have to open it or we have to close it.
Because first of all, our upbringings is in a way that we have to follow some standards. We are not given a free platform where we can just rise of what we are. We are compared to our siblings, we are compared to our neighbors children, that they have got this much marks or they are earning that much. So all these small things, they start adding up, and then we start saying to ourselves, even if for a small failure, oh, I'm not good enough. And the day one, when you say this, you are not good enough or I'm not good enough, you're planting a seed of self judgment. And then that grows with time, with the experience you have in your life. And then when we judge ourselves, others' judgment or others' validations, they become very important for us, that what they think about me, uh, are they liking me or not? So all these things, they start happening because we have planted that seed long back in our heads.
Yes. And hello. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning,
Welcome.
Sarah. How are you?
You're joining us with some beautiful woman who shares with us
Good morning.
a practice of peace and soul and mind. And Amanda, I find we're on the same length, because the other day, now I'm writing it down again to reinforce it. I was coming up with words of what do people want from me to make their lives happier. Not just about me either, right? And I came up with, they want to be appreciated, and this is what you're talking about. They want to be accepted, right? And they want approval, judgment, right? The judgment thing. So this is amazing that we are like in the last few days. And again, I wrote it down again, but it's in my book. I don't know if you can see it, but I wrote it at the top of my page the other day when I was thinking about how can I reach out to more people? What do they need? And then you're saying it, and I'm writing it down again. So I think these are things we need to think about, because we all want to be accepted, like you're saying. We all want to be accepted, and we all want to be appreciated.
Well, I'm repeating myself, but yesterday I mentioned that I try not to let praise go to my head or criticism go to my heart.
I know, keep repeating that. We need that, that. But what a powerful message you're sharing with us today, Sarah. How do you feel about this message today?
I'm just keying in now, but it sounds like the message of the day is that we all want to be accepted in our heart's heart. I like to use that as my own mantra when I'm dealing with, especially with people who are upset or aggravated. I work in the correctional system. So when I'm talking to people frustrated or they're yelling, or I just back my mind, this person's just.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So one of the things that would be interesting is to have this kind of conversation with you with what she does. She works for a juvenile correction center in Chicago, the reform program. But this is what, and if you think about it, they're judged, right? But why are they doing what they do? And if we really evaluate it, it's because they want to be accepted, right?
Yeah.
But we need to focus on what are the things we want to be accepted for. Wow, we are being judged every day. And Jim, I love your message. Repeat that every day for me, please. Remind me. Yeah, everybody goes, Kim, your head's way out here, and I'm like, no, not really.
I will share with you what I was doing with my spiritual practice this morning when I was waking up and walking my dog, and it was like. I started to get confused because when we look at a battery, there's a negative end and a positive end. And we don't think of that as good and bad. We don't think that the positive side is light and the negative side is dark. So why do we use that language of electromagnetism to describe our feelings and our attitudes? And I think we need a different vocabulary when we're describing our attitudes than positive. Someone's a positive person or someone's a negative person. And I don't think you think of that in terms of electromagnetism, and we need a new vocabulary to describe what we're talking about, because it's not the electrical magnetic field, but it is a field. And if you feel you come upon a positive person radiating positive energy, that is a force in this universe, and you feel it, and it hits you, and you know it. And if they're negative, same thing. These waves are coming at you, and you feel them. And so if you're around negative people, you feel negative. But I'm making the mistake of using the word negative. We need a different vocabulary to describe that, because it's a force, it's a power, and there are waves that come at us. But it's not electrical magnetic field, and it's not electrical magnetic waves. It's something else, which I have not the vocabulary to.
It's the energy which you feel, and that energy, gives you a signal that positivity or negativity. I think that is what.
So what I call it, Ankit, is I call it a high vibration person or a low vibration person. It's just a vibration.
Oh,
Perfect.
It is either high or at low. If they match you, or if sometimes you walked into a party of 100 people and then suddenly you are attracted to someone who you do not know at all. Why is that happening? Because your vibration is talking even before you.
Yes.
So that is when you match equal vibration people. That's what is happening between me and Kim and everybody here, because we are like worlds apart, 7 oceans apart, sitting and thinking the same thing, because we are in the same vibration. So that is how I call it, that it's either a high vibration or a low vibration.
Oh, and I love that. This is, we have there's a movie. I like movie saying sometimes, you're either with me or without me, high or low. We're either together or we're not. So no, I like that, high or low. That truly defines in a positive way where we are at in a measurement, right? Rather than negative or positive. I like that.
I really like it because, I think fear and shame are low vibrations.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. So
shame is an interesting thing to me, because I'm writing a book about it right now.
Wow.
Well, the elements is based on the difference between men and women in workplaces. And some of the research that we have done, because I sit on the board of North Carolina State University in the computer science department. One of the reasons was because so many women were dropping out of the engineering world. And I learned that we have a means of shaming ourselves a lot more than men. We accept every failure as shame rather than, the way they do it. Men accept it different, but men will take fame where women take shame.
Yeah.
In the same,
you're writing this because you have so much spare time, right?
So, I don't know, but in the exact same incident, a woman will accept shame where a man will accept fame for the exact same act. So I've been trying to research and understand that. And it's not to be negative. I'm just trying, I'm trying to say that was interesting, that the word, shame and failure, negative. And I think these are things we have to overcome in here, right? But, the same act, and there's this huge difference. And it will be explained better in my book. I'm not going to talk about it here, because we're here to talk about how can we build ourselves up. But that's who we are. Right.
Interesting. We would like to know about the book, but whenever you want to release it. But what's the title of the book?
Okay, I'm still working on it. But men have fame, women have shame.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
That's a working title. And
that is great.
And Kate, I want to tell you that as an author, you don't really want to talk about what you're writing about until you've written it, because it changes your
It
perspective.
changes a lot.
Yes.
The
Yes.
only book I never changed, because I'm working on another book. I've got several books on the fire, but the only book I never changed was the one I actually published. And I wrote it in less than 3 months
Yeah.
because I was told to have it written and done before I go on a speaking tour. And I'm like, my speaking, actually, I wrote it in less than 3 months because I started it, but I wrote it in less than 3 weeks and published it.
But Kim,
Wow.
I need some guidance or something, because I want to write a book. It's been 2 years. Everything is in my mind. I don't know how to start.
You start,
And also we need some time to do that as well. I mean.
Well,
you start here.
the hardest
I
thing
have
for
it.
an author is,
I have some chapters ready, but I don't know how to move forward or what to do. I mean,
yes. I have some advice, because I am one of those authors that stared at a blank screen and didn't know where to begin. And for me, and this may not work for you, but it worked for me, is to make an outline.
Mhm.
And
I did the outline.
you did.
Outline is ready. I just have to write the chapters basically, and then get it edited. But the time is a problem, and also I don't know what should I do, how should I make it a little different, and all those things. So because of all those questions, I mean, it's difficult.
Is it a knowledge-based book, or is it fiction or nonfiction?
It's more about the experiences what I have and what I learn, and more about business and startups and the journey, globalization and global and all those things basically.
So do yourself a favor, rather than trying to put it on, if you got your notes and everything, stand up and do a speech about it. And find in any speech you want people to walk away, depending on if your speech is 30 minutes or 1 hour. This is the coaching I got. If it's 30 minutes, you want people to walk away with 3 things. Don't make them work too hard. Make it easy for them. Open your speech with real quick, who you are, what you're doing, the 3 things you want them to walk away with. Don't make them think about it. And then if it's 1 hour, you want 5 things, right? But speak, if it's a subject matter that you're teaching people, get up and speak about it. It will write so much better. That's how I was able to do that so fast, because it was my speech.
That's good advice.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, that is excellent advice.
Yeah.
I was thinking about what you guys are saying about, especially you and Kate, with having all of these things that you want to say and like things that you've learned and wanting to put them together and start them. And I feel like on our journey to being our best selves, we kind of all come across that moment where we're like, I want to work on this. I want to work on that. I want to be this. And I think that's something a lot of us struggle with is, okay, well, how do I start doing this? Like, where do I start?
And then we got this beautiful woman here who helps you focus, right?
Yeah.
So listening to Ankit and Shara, it's going in back of my head. Oh, lots of limiting belief coming up. So we need to decondition them and then again condition them in a way that that you're able to focus on what exactly you need to do. Because we all have a lot of ideas. In fact, I myself had a lot of idea 2 years ago, and I was struggling just to be there in my one job. Now I heal people on weekends. I take one-to-one sessions. I do my regular job. I have other stuff to do, a lot of things. So when I sit here and think about like 2 years ago and where I am right now, a lot of things have shifted. And what I did was I just fine-tuned my beliefs, which I had about myself. Because we are conditioned in a way that we can do one thing at a time. And especially in India, Ankit, you will relate to it. It said that hard work is the key. You do not have to work with a hammer or a shovel. You have to work smartly. That how you plan your day, what exactly do you want to do. We are kept, there's a school, my school group where we are 40 people, and what comes up is that a lot of them are engineers, a lot of them are doctors. I think I'm the only one who is in this profession, who is doing a kind of healing work. So thinking out of the box is more of a fearful stuff that, oh God, if I'm not into a mainstream education, what will happen to me? If I'm not a doctor or an engineer or a CA, a chartered accountant, or a pilot, maybe that is also a fancy profession. So if I'm not into the mainstream studies, what will happen to me? Where will I land? Here will you land? Like, this is a place where you land, where you will be happy doing what you are doing. So a lot of deconditioning needs to be done. And addition to Kim, what she was saying earlier, that we women, we take a lot of shame. It's because of the conditioning of boy and girl both. From the
Yeah.
childhood, boys are not supposed to go into the kitchen, and girls are supposed to be in the kitchen. So these sort of conditionings.
Okay, cook.
I am just saying. I'm not saying it.
You're right.
Your
You're right.
place.
And generally, yeah.
In general, what happens? This is sort of my brother is an awesome cook. So
Right. In general, though, that is the mindset. When you go to
and
college,
I'm a
that is the
horrible one.
mindset.
That's a mindset, yeah, I understand.
That is
Yes,
the
so,
To add
that
on
was
that,
what-
to add on that, all the top chefs in the world, they are mostly men.
So that's what I was saying. My brother is an awesome cook, and I'm the horrible one in my family. But that's a general tradition where these type of conditionings are done from my childhood. So this is what my next point was, that if we can incorporate all these healing things, or maybe small meditations in our school, in our kindergartens, in one generation, you will see a huge shift in the consciousness of the humankind, the entire humankind.
And
So,
just meditation and implementing that is what you're saying.
yes, just because there are a lot of things, a lot of healing therapies and techniques going around the world, but just adding 30 minutes meditation will make a huge shift. It will make them a better person who can be who will be there to actually share and to learn about what the other person is going through. It's not only about self, that, oh, okay, this is my notebook, this is my pencil, this is what we'll fight over in our school.
Yeah.
But so the point what I want to make here is that if we just make a small changes in our school systems, where we just add 30 minutes of self-healing program or a small meditation program, just in one generation, the entire shift will take place. And
I
that's
agree
what
with that.
I do too.
So
Yeah.
that's what
One
the
step
earth
at a time.
actually requires.
Kimberly, what century is our education system in?
Oh, you're hitting me, aren't you?
Yeah.
Our education system is still in the 19th century. Our government system is still and laws are still based on the 18th century. But we're required to develop and innovate 21st century results. We can't continue on at that pace because the 18th century was way too prejudiced in the way that we wrote their laws. And we need to change. We need to get rid of the system.
But Kim, to add on the education system, I can see the panelists right now, and it looks like a 21st century panelist.
There we go. You know, I've never had this. You know, thank you, Aunt Kit, because this has never happened to me in my career. Right? I have shown you pictures of me in my career, right? And I'm always the only woman in my position, and this has never happened before. So I feel like we have made one giant leap for all, you know, not just for women though, but I think for humanity, because when we start just like this,
let's before we start, let's play a basic game. We just have to share one word, what comes in the mind, and that we'll discuss about it, because it is one of the therapies. I think Anandmai and Mansi know about it, but we have done it on corporate level a lot of times. So that gives you what kind of personality you have, and I mean, we can take our discussion forward. We'll start with Mansi.
Self-confidence.
Anandmai.
Freedom.
Happiness.
Wonderful.
Healing.
Healing?
Healing.
Very good. Positive. Kim?
change.
Huh?
Change.
Change.
Wonderful. So as all the females are talking about self-confidence, happiness, healing, and change. Those are all powerful words, basically.
Well,
and that shows lot of positivity and lot of strength and lot of power, and that is what the empowerment, women empowerment we talk about, and we have on IBM TV right now.
and you know, we have to each of these elements occur because we are positive and moving forward, and we're not sitting and waiting for it to happen, right? We are out here doing something. We're executing excellence in making sure that these things occur. But welcome, Mansi. Do you want to share with everyone?
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Not everyone are.
And Mansi is also writing a book.
Ah,
Hi, Mansi.
Hi, Sarah. Hi, Jim. Hi, Anandmai. Hi, Ankit and Kim. Right. I just quote a few sentences from Anandmai. I think just when I joined in, and she was talking about incorporating some kind of mindfulness and self-healing and those techniques into education, into schooling, and
yes.
Kim was saying that we are still in 19th century. With that, I couldn't agree more. It's so true. And to that extent, I think that is the entire reason that the entire education system needs re-evaluating the needs. And we cannot just keep going on how we have been going on since the day school started. That means that if there is no change, we are not progressing, we are not moving forward, and we are just static, and that does not help. So I very much agree to that statement. I just wanted to say that. And just to give a little bit of introduction, I'm a pharmacologist and a mental health advocate as well. I've just established a global mental health association where we are trying to build a platform to incorporate mental health professionals from around the world, trying to join them all in on the platform. And we want to change the government policies in every country, not just
Oh,
one.
how inspiring.
Really?
So what we want to do is, globally. Everything has to be done globally.
We have a sign language.
Yes.
So we do this, right?
Yes.
We unite everything together.
Definitely.
For many blessings, and we love each other. So this is how.
Oh.
And also we do like this as well.
And we do live and living, right?
Live and let live.
Now that we're living, we have to make a living. So this is our new empowerment from our crisis. Now that we're living, we have to make a living, and or live and let live, as Ankit says. So I could say in the U.S. it's kind of like this right now.
Cool.
We're fighting amongst ourselves, and I'm hoping that we can find peace. And that's what I want to innovate: is stop fighting about who's who and what's what, and start finding the solutions. We need to stop pointing fingers. We need to stop putting blame, and we need to start making solutions happen. And because right now we're at that anger mode. Whenever there's trauma, there's 5 stages that we go through when we have trauma, right? Anger is one of them. Blame is another. And we're not going through the stages fast enough for me. But denial, right? There was a lot of that going on. So I would like to start seeing that acceptance part, and where we start taking ownership and start moving forward. And right now the U.S. is struggling with that, for many reasons, because we still live in the 18th century, and we need to grow up and get out of that 18th century mindset. And Abhijit, and not just stop our conversation here, but one of the things he said in the very beginning of all this is that we're doing a huge reset, right? A huge reset, not just the earth that's getting clean, but as humans, humanity, in our way and lifestyles and our businesses. And we need to come out stronger, right? And when we come out, we need to have these new mindsets in place to make things better. So this is a great opportunity to learn how to refocus, to teach our children how to refocus in school, because we haven't been teaching them all the skill sets they need to live. We don't teach them the financial fitness skills or strategies on how to do better for family. And maybe we would have less children in reform centers if we taught these things in school rather than teaching them robotic, systematic lessons in
Multiplication,
school,
yeah.
right?
You know,
Yeah.
we've kind of talked about this before, Kim, where I think that a big problem, I mean, I love that wanting to incorporate these fiscal skills. I think it's so important. But I think it's something that is even like at the deeper root of the problem is that like we need to instill a self-love within these children, within these people that
I was
motivates
just
them to
going to
find
say
it in
that.
the
Yeah.
first start, for the first
Yeah.
place. You know?
It's I think it's more about the personality traits that
Yeah.
need to be instilled at a very young age. Things like self-love or how to build self-confidence. Things like that need to be instilled at school level.
Yes.
Before kids grow up and they don't have that identity crisis where they are still trying to figure themselves out. And we are just, following that monotonous syllabus pattern where English, maths, science, etc. All of that is just going on and on and on, and it's just it's not getting anybody anywhere. I mean, not to say that it is not important, but what's more important moving forward is to instill these personality traits into kids at a young age so that they are empowered more. We talk about all this empowerment, whether it's women empowerment, whether it's any kind of empowerment, but where is the change? Where is the change that needs to be instilled? Where is the change that needs to be brought upon? The self-help blogs and everything. I mean, okay, for example, a person has reached to a point where he wants to commit suicide. Now, how and why has he got to that point, right? So if you rewind back and try to find the root cause lies in education, and the root cause lies in schooling. If somebody thinks that they are not confident enough, they face so many life battles, etc., but if at that young age those skills were instilled in the individual, maybe we wouldn't have such high rate of suicides in the entire world. So when we
Yeah, that's very true, Mansi. What you said. When I go to one-to-one sessions, when I take them through the processes, what comes up for them is a childhood memory or a childhood trauma, which
I'm gonna write
was,
this down.
and you know what, those when we work with the childhood, the echo of the person, maybe the younger you, which we say, we come up with a very small thing. I just wanted my mama to hug me and say it's okay.
Exactly.
This is a very
Yeah.
small thing, and I go
Yeah.
like, oh, they just needed a hug when they were a kid,
Yeah.
and they just
Yeah.
wanted to hear this everything going to be okay. It's okay that
Yeah.
you broke the glass. It's okay that you failed. It's okay that someone teased you, and I'm there for you. So all these small things which we ignore with our children, or when we were children. And they come up with a bigger problems, which I said in our
Yeah.
last discussion,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
we have this tendency to put everything under the rug, and
Yes.
then they come with a big disaster, and then we start figuring out where it started,
Yeah.
and then we go and land in our childhood. So very
That
beautiful
is
point,
so,
Mansi.
that
It.
reminds me so
Yeah.
much of, because of the conditioning that we do. I was shared this with someone. From the day most babies are born, they feel the love. Like the minute they're born, they're held, they're hugged,
Yeah.
the breath, I mean, everything. And you are immediately in love with them. Most
Yeah.
babies, right? Fortunately, most babies, no matter what, but somewhere from that point until we grow up, there's a detachment, right? And there is no more of, that I'm in love with you. And that's what we look for, I think. I think we felt it from the second we were born, that we continue seeking that, and we have that expectance that when
That's
we don't
profound.
get it, it hurts so
You know,
bad.
I recently did a seminar on self-validation and how important is that self-validation. Where the seeds come from, it's the childhood where the seeds come from, right? And as you progress and as you go further, that self-validation just becomes this huge monster that you have to deal with. And there are so many expectations constantly arising around you, whether it's personal, professional, anything. But you know, nobody teaches you how to deal with that. And I don't understand that. I mean, why? Because see, when a person qualifies as an engineer, for example, they learn all these, you know, syllabus patterns, the pattern of school, the pattern of university. They're going to come out, graduate, become an engineer, right? Okay, fine. Now, what about the real life patterns? What about practically what they will have to do with the pressures and everything outside in the world? Nobody has told them that. I mean, every human being is just expected to deal with those pressures as they come along, whereas the emotional capacity is just not there.
Yeah.
There's so much involved in being accepted in society, right? You have everybody who's taught differently. Like I was fashionably challenged and overweight, right? And name calling. People call me the pork from Ork. Just stupid things, right?
Yeah.
And you're not socially accepted, whether you don't have the money to do certain things or things like that. And we become this harsh society of having to fit a certain mold that maybe if we could change that in the school.
Yeah.
But it's like you mentioned, you could not have been more profound. I think we're all talking about this. It's easy to put a measurement on academic skills, right? Either you learn how to do 1 + 1 = 2. That's easy to grade.
Yeah.
But it's not
Yeah.
easy to grade what's accepted in society and in social manners. It's not.
No, if only we would, you know, provide them with that skill set as they are growing up, I think a lot of people would be helped. A lot of people wouldn't reach to that point, that breaking point where they think that there is no out of this. So it's
Absolutely.
very, yeah.
But
So,
Yeah.
but Mansi, what I experience is that a lot of people at a breakup point, they have changed their life tremendously because they were not discussing about that suicide part, and they were thinking about let's be positive, let's go out and do something, and they have changed their life tremendously in a it's like a 90-degree curve for them. And I think a lot of people also, I mean, when they fail, I mean, I can talk about myself. I failed a lot of times, but then I learn, and then I move on basically.
You
So
know
people,
what? And I think that's why.
yes,
That's,
sir.
yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead, Sarah.
That's why I said about the fiscal tools and the root thing being how they feel about themselves, because someone who has this inner critic that's always pounding on them, it's always going to lead them to make bad decisions. They keep them in a state of poverty or failure because that's where they are mentally. That's where they keep themselves. They're in a prison of this is who I am, and the decisions they make reflect that.
Wow.
also, you know, then people go through identity crisis, what Ankit
Yeah.
is talking about. That is the reason, because they completely change the mentality. They completely try and change themselves and become something which they are not. Okay, so at some point, that is going to reach another breaking point where you're just going to think, this is the new person that I am, which you're not. And how long is that going to last?
And that's where a lot of
So,
people get stuck.
In the United States, we have this phrase "middle-aged crises," when you followed the program very well, and then you got the things that you're supposed to get, and then you have a crisis because it's not making you happy. It's not making you feel comfortable. It's not like you've been hugged. You know, you have not got that kind of reaction, and you expected it. You would get it by doing all the things you were programmed to do. And so people flip out. They buy fast cars, they do crazy things, or things that are unproductive and not good for themselves.
You hit the nail on the head called expected, the things that they expected. And I used to have a phrase, maybe I wrote it down during my midlife crisis, but I said, have no expectations, have no disappointments.
It's true.
Right. And it was an evolution for me, because one day I just walked in because I had so many expectations and none of them were met. Right. It was at work, of course, and I was so disappointed. And I'm like, but you know what? Everybody has a reason why things didn't get met. So, but I actually had to lower my expectations in order to not have disappointments. But happiness, somebody used the word happiness. I think it might have been Sarah. The word happiness is different. I wrote in my book about this. We all want happiness. Whenever I interview someone, no matter who it is, a millionaire and a billionaire, we've had a lot of them on our shows. I always ask that question, what do you want? Or what did you want? It's always happiness. Everyone uses that word, right?
Yeah.
So I delve deeper to what does happiness mean to you? Because what I learned is it's different for everyone. We all want.
Yeah, exactly. It's very individual. It's very individual that what happiness is. That is why that is the scary thought that when you're counseling, like Anandmai just said, when you're counseling people, when you're talking to anybody, no solutions are like one solution for all. That okay, you follow this and you will be fine, or you follow this and you'll feel better. It cannot work like that, because everybody thinks differently. Everybody has different priorities in life. Everybody is at different stages. So there is no one solution for everyone. But I think if those policies were incorporated in schools and universities to at least have one module, for wellness, for mental health awareness, for wellness, for mindfulness, to incorporate all those things and try and empower the young generation so that they are more aware of what they can foresee in life, and it's like giving them the armor to fight against life. So,
that's very true, Mansi, about the mental health awareness. So I was sitting one day and I was thinking that when I talk about what I do apart from my job, people are like, is that some kind of a black magic? What are you talking about?
We call that a witch here in the United States. They used to hang century time. They call that a witch here.
And
I'm good with it. I'm a witch.
Myself with a black pointed hat and a broom. Then I thought, and then they asked me that why mental health is so important, why we need to work with the emotions. And then I was thinking to come up with a very funny but understandable example. And what was it? It's quite a funny and little gross that every morning, like we eat every day, and every morning we just let all the toxic and non-wanted material out of our body. What happens if we get constipated? All our systems goes on haywire.
You know what? We had that conversation with Dr. Yu yesterday.
Don't eat tomatoes.
He also makes a great coffee for this problem. So, but seriously, you're right. What happens when we clog up, and get constipated? So that's good.
When we physically get constipated, all our system goes haywire. We start having headaches and other stuff, other problems. So the same happens when you get emotionally constipated. You will not feel the confidence. You will not feel the self-worth. Everything will, even if someone comes and appreciates you, you will feel no.
I can always count on Ankit for a remedy from India.
Oh God, Ankit, you're too much.
But that won't help with your emotional constipation.
Jim, that's why we are there to help them with
that's what we are there for.
There you go. There you go. A whole bag of
good.
There you go.
Sometimes those help, but then that adds to your emotional addiction eating. So
no, that's actually so true though. When we rely on
She got you.
of us
Oh,
all
So
the
the
negative
candy,
emotions, the
the
things
candy
that are all
which I told you,
lined up.
that's a coffee candy basically.
A
It's
coffee
only
candy.
coffee flavor. That's it. Nothing else.
Coffee candy.
You know what we confuse the addiction only with alcohol or smoking. We get addicted to food, we get addicted to some kind of juices, we get addicted to candies, mobile phone, TV,
Everything.
Drugs.
horrible biscuit.
Drugs.
That's how he gets through all these shows.
A lot of drugs. People get so addicted to a drug. The opioid issue is so bad in the U.S. The fentanyl.
everywhere. Kim,
yeah.
it's everywhere. Even
Right.
even here, yeah, even in the UK,
Well,
in
because it's
India, everywhere.
It
And
replaces
Kim, the best part is that,
missing feeling.
and the best part is that during the lockdown, the people who are addicted, they get all those stuff, and the general stuff is not available, but then they have all the stuff available with them.
You know,
Always,
I think it's
always
really
you'll find it.
For my painkiller. Street sales went up.
we don't really actually address all the
mostly
things with
women in India,
addiction.
mostly women in India or across the globe, we usually get addicted to food when we are stressed out.
Yeah,
Big bucket of ice cream, or
ice cream and chocolates.
Chocolate. Yes.
We have to high five.
Yes,
Anandmai, we
Beverly.
have to high five.
Ice cream and dark chocolate. It's my main. And let me tell you something. I got to write these people. You guys got to help me write to them. They're
Oh.
discontinuing the dark chocolate when they can't do that.
Yeah.
I know.
We'll write a letter and start a campaign.
Yeah, we got to start a campaign because I'm going to be a grumpy person if I don't have ice cream and my dark chocolate.
we'll talk
Mansi,
separately for
can
this.
we count on your signatures?
I will send them out. Everyone sign my petition because we can't get rid of dark chocolate and ice cream.
Discriminatory.
There you go, M&Ms.
Woody Allen in the movie Sleeper said that we, in the future, will find out that hot fudge sundaes were the nature's most perfect food.
Oh, he is so right. To go to McDonald's.
We don't need to go to the future to find that out. We self-validate that.
Just saying hot fudge sundae and I just melt, right?
Oh.
You know the way to your heart.
McDonald's at 99
You should try a chocolate soda then. Try a chocolate soda.
Chocolate children, that's right.
Well, Yogi Kumar, I would say that if they think you're a witch, then you, at least the upside is you can go out as yourself on Halloween.
Yeah, very true. Unfortunately, we don't have a festival like Halloween here in India. But next time, whenever I'm there at Halloween time, I'm just going to be there out.
So come on Halloween because that's
There
when
goes
I
that
celebrate
witch.
my birthday. So come on Halloween and we can all be witches because I in the 18th century I would be considered a witch because I would want to heal people. We all would be because we want.
I had a pointy hat.
I have
last one. I had a pointy hat and the king.
Halfway there. Yeah, just the part.
hold on. I got one better. Hold on.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's interesting to think about the why we would label women witches, because women were usually making poultices to heal, and that was in the dark, cooking and making these poultices and doing all these things with herbs, this weird stuff that men did not understand, and so they were practicing something that they had to label, and they labeled it witchcraft. And these women who were basically healers became witches. And it was a very interesting progression. Oh, there you go.
This is the modern day without the point.
Uh-huh.
This is the modern day witch's hat. I got it up in Salem when I was up there visiting a year ago to pay tribute to the women who died for being prosecuted as witches. But a lot of people don't understand, they use the fact that they were doing things, the medicine and stuff like that, as a means to prosecute and stone them. But they were really being prosecuted and killed for their land. These were women.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, these were women who actually owned land that the rich people wanted. And because they were, probably single women, most of them were single women, single moms, they came up with this law about if you were a witch, we could kill you, prosecute, and the land becomes to the government. So every one of them were prosecuted for that. I love the memorial there for these women. It makes me cry more than any other memorial. I know that we've got a lot of memorials in this country, but they were prosecuted purely for the horrible
For the greed, for the greed
And they
of
were
others.
prosecuted pretty terribly. I mean, pretty just disgustingly. They did terrible things to these women.
Oh, they tortured them immensely. They would put them in these little cramped cells, and they would have to sit there with no food, no means to go to the bathroom, nothing, and they would deteriorate their bodies until the trial was over, torturing them to sign a guilty thing. And then they
even
would
stoned to death as well. The witches were stoned to death.
A lot of people don't understand what stoning is. It's called pressuring. It was legal. And they could pressure them, and only one man was pressured, and they treated him as a witch because of the same thing. They wanted his land, but they put a door on you. They lay you flat and they put a door on you. They set stones on you.
My favorite one, if I can use that word, was they would lower you into the water. And
I've heard about that.
And if you did not drown, you were a witch, so they could burn you. But if you did drown, then you weren't a witch.
Then you weren't a witch, and
they had you coming or going. You know,
we had no win-win. There was no win-win for. They wrote these laws, though. The men wrote these laws.
Oh, of course.
So, and this is why I really am emphatic about writing my book and making sure it's written right. About we can do exactly the same thing, but we're treated with shame and punished, as in men could do exactly the same thing and they receive fame. And that's why I'm working on, and it's not to put men down. It's just history, her story, actually, not his story. His story is HISTORY. Her story is HER. Nick thinks that's funny. I do that, but that there is a reason why we have certain words. But the thing is that we want to change this, right? We want to change it. We have this reset button, and there's no reason why we can't come out healthier and better and smarter and more equal and more on a, like we're all talking today, we're all on this level playing ground. How do we come out? Because we're all feeling it, right? And this is the message Ann Kidd and I have been sending out to people, because there has been a very high suicidal rate, as well as a high, very, very high rise in domestic violence rate.
Yeah.
And we are here and open for anyone to contact us if they need help. If they just need to talk, if they just need
that is the problem, Kim. That is the problem in, I think, all the countries around the world, that there are no platforms where people can just let it out, where somebody can just, for example, maybe if I have a neighbor who wants to talk, or who is feeling suicidal, or who is, even if you, Ankit, if you Google it right now, even in India, you wouldn't find the helplines. The suicide helplines are, there are timings. No, there are timings,
they do not work.
And there are timings that, maybe like 8 to 10 or 9 to 5 or something like that. And I'm like, suicides don't work on timing. So I don't understand the ridiculousness of that how can you come up with helplines and have timings on it? Same thing. UAE did not have a suicide helpline for so long. I think it has just been established a couple of weeks ago by the UAE ministry, and again they have timings on it. So
I agree.
We don't have.
There is no time for.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll feel suicidal on your schedule.
Right. I have received calls in the middle of the night.
It's so funny, I had a very, very scary experience, recently. Okay, so 2 weeks ago, one of my friends, well, not friends, but I've known this person for a long time, maybe more than 5 years or something. And she suddenly gave me a call, and she was standing in her balcony on like 18th floor of her building. And she was like, Mansi, I just want to jump down. I just don't feel like it anymore. And it was like, somewhere close to midnight, my time here. And I just got up and I was like, what is wrong with you? And what has happened? Talk it out, talk me through it or whatever. And eventually after an hour's conversation, I'm not a certified suicide counselor or anything like that. But what I'm trying to make a point is that if at any point in time, if anybody comes to you, you are a human being first. So the humanity should be there to understand the situation and to be able to, at least talk to them so that they feel better. And sometimes it's all about talking.
Yes.
People don't need much. Sometimes
They need to be
it's just
heard.
about you just need to be heard.
So
And I
They want this too. They want a hug.
I don't know how difficult it is just for anybody to be there for someone, even if it is a stranger on the train or stranger walking down on the path and people sitting in the park, and somebody just comes up and says, I'm just not feeling too well, or I'm just not feeling right about things. Spare your 10 minutes and hear them out. You might never know when you save a life.
And
this
sometimes it
again-
might be more than 10 minutes. I've been on the phone for an hour with someone trying to
Exactly.
just keep them from doing exactly what you're
Right.
talking about.
Yeah,
You know what?
yeah.
So many people are doing that. What is an hour or two? They don't always need to go to the hospital or a doctor. They just need
No.
what we were talking about earlier.
No, but Kim, they might never. The problem is, Kim, they might never even do that. They might never reach the doctors. They might never,
Right.
reach the right people. So
They
you
exist.
cannot just, So you cannot just leave it at
They
that.
love.
So.
But
Yeah.
you know what? We are here at Dr. Sagu's time. I would like to ask: is there, because we talk about Japanese Reiki and calmness and doing this, is there a task that maybe we can do moving forward between now and next week that you would suggest for us to kind of uplift ourselves this week, love ourselves, and then we'll get together next week and try to help other people come up with a solution. Is there?
Oh, I love
Okay,
that.
so we are again at the same place where we started, as just a small thing which I wanted to add for Mansi's thing, that if we stay in here and now, we'll see the slightest difference in our friends and family who are going through a bad phase. So we have to be there in this present moment to see that slight difference in their behavior. Have they gone
Yeah.
quiet, or are they so loud? They can be
Yeah.
so loud also if there's something
Yeah.
wrong going with them. So that's one thing. To what you asked him is, you have to put your hands on your heart and just say a prayer for yourself. It could be anything. And just put your hands like this and say, I love you 3 times. And not to the body, not to the person, the child sitting inside. And you will start hearing that child, that what the child asks is asking for. You just need to say all those things to that little child inside. And when in all this chaos, if you feel overwhelmed, you need to hold your fingers like this, and 3 minutes each. Okay, like this.
3 minutes
And
each
then
finger.
yes, so it will take 15 minutes, one hand. You do not have to do with both the hands and legs. So uh, it just starts 15 minutes. If you have time, you can go both the ways. That's not a problem. You will feel that you will feel little heartbeats in your finger. And that represents that what exact emotion is going through with you. Even if you will not talk to me that what you're feeling and just tell me which finger is having the heartbeat, I can tell what emotion or what layers of emotion you are going through.
What finger has each motion to it?
We're going to learn
Okay.
next week. We'll learn next week because we have Dr.
Okay,
Sagu.
practice and then
This
we
is
will
our
learn it next
homework,
week.
folks. And Mansi, if you've got a task
Thank you.
as well, thank you so much.
Namaste, Sat Shri Akal.
And namaste, Dr. Sagu. Welcome. And it's Dr. Sagu. He's going to share with us some wonderful ideas on how we can reduce obesity which
You
is
know,
over our world, but also how we can build our immunity, right?
yeah, it is. I mean, it's a great platform. I would like to say, as I was hearing to Mansi and Anandmai and the another one. So it
Sarah.
is all. It is. I can say it is a compulsory to keep a child alive inside your body, right? And these are the very, very good practices if you can serve the other people to strengthen their mental health. And so those people they are doing heads. I mean, salute to you, Mansi, Arunbhai, and all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm just writing down what you said. Keep your child alive inside of your body. I love that. I think that's really
And
profound.
I think I would just like to add a little something to what Anandmai has suggested and said. Apart from doing that, also do one task in the entire day which connects you to yourself, which connects you. Do something creative. Just one task, anything creative, cooking, mm, coloring, drawing, painting, music, whatever connects you with yourself. So even if you spare like 10-15 minutes in a day and just do something out of the ordinary routine, I think that will help the brain cells, that will help you. And I think it might also help with the immunity thing that Dr. Saggu is saying as well. So try it out and then see if there is any change. Ankit, we can try and speak next week
Yeah.
and see if there is any change in that.
Yeah, that's true, Mansi. So, what is the definition of meditation? Meditation is when you give your 100% whatever you are doing, whether you are reading, watching, cooking, dancing,
Yeah.
even each and every form is a meditation when you concentrate on each and every activity with 100% efforts.
Yeah. True.
So am I
Yeah.
meditating when I'm playing chess?
Yes,
That
Yes, yes,
works.
even playing
Yes,
chess
that
also.
works.
Yeah,
Yes.
that that
Although
that that
drawing
that was
also helps to
that was
meditate as well.
twofold, we can say. Yeah,
What
Sometimes
I'm
that
people
was
do a
twofold.
lot
Yeah.
of drawing, a lot of sketches. That also a kind of meditation for them.
Yeah, so it is a mental activity along with the
Yeah.
meditation. So chess is, you can say, the twofold meditation.
Yeah.
now, Dr. Saggu, am I saying your name right, Dr. Saggu?
Yeah, yeah.
Hi, Sarah, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. Dr. Saggu, my question for you was, with meditating and being more aware, would you say that being more aware of our thoughts and trying to counteract negative thoughts and replace them with positive ones is something that can beneficially affect our immunity?
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely. If you are getting positive things, you are absorbing the positive things, and you are exiting your negative things, and you are getting awareness. The awareness, maybe you become aware of the air which you are taking inside. You have become aware of the water you are taking. You have become aware of the food you are eating. You become aware of the words you are listening. So creating awareness is increasing your immunity. So you're boosting
Mm,
your immunity when you are aware of the things, when you are getting the positive things.
mm. So everything we're around is something we really need to be mindful of in terms of
Yeah,
how is this affecting me? Because it could really be, it's affecting us on every level.
yeah,
Wow.
So
That's
Dr.
why
Saggu, I think mental health and immunity kind of go hand in hand, isn't it?
yeah. Mental health, when you have a good mental health, you have a healthy
Yeah.
mentally, then definitely your immunity is on the top. When
Yeah.
you are mentally unstable, then your immunity also becomes unstable.
Yeah.
So
I,
they
Yeah.
are
I have
interlinked.
I have
They
a
are
very great example
intercontrollable.
of this mental health and stress and immunity thing. My mom was having a severe acidity problem, and we went to all the good doctors in Delhi. What happened? She was suffering it from a couple of years, but last year it aggravated for some reason. She was in too much of stress regarding so many things going around. I asked her to start meditation, and I asked someone else to do it for her, like guide her through the meditation. Today is a day when she do not take any pill for acidity,
that's
So that
Yeah.
is
wonderful.
why. So it
and
is
whenever
very
she's
important.
stressed,
Yeah.
it comes back.
Anandmai, I would say make your concentration and your food your medicine.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah.
concentration and the food is the medicine. So I don't think you need an extra medicine for that.
Yeah.
Concentration and food. I like
And
that.
also, I think, and also once you are mentally fit, you have a good productivity to work as well. And that's what happened in France. They have 35 hours a week working time, which includes starting a day from your home to reaching the office as well. So in all,
Yeah.
they just allow you 35 hours a week to work because they know that if you are 100% working in office or working somewhere, you are putting your 100%, which is equivalent to maybe 70 hours or so. So that is why they have started this practice, and results are very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So your efficiency depends on your mental as well as your physical health. If you
Yeah.
keep your physical and the mental health in a healthy condition, I think you would be more efficient. You would be more concentrated. You would
Now,
be more confident.
It's
what would
that
And I think mental health
integrated.
also relates to your
Yeah.
food for soul. I think when we talk about what is the food for your soul, I think mental health and something goes hand in
That is
hand.
very important. That would be
Yeah.
the real food for you. I mean, your soul need all those food. You have to aware of everything. You have to be very calm. You have to be very conscious. You have to be very concentrated.
It's that integrated healthcare approach,
Yeah,
like
integrated
from,
healthcare approach.
yeah, yeah.
So, Ankit, let's start our show today.
Yeah,
And
let's start.
today's
So
topic.
thank you, Anandmai, and thank you, Mansi, for joining us
Thank
today.
you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much,
Ankit.
Thank
Mansi,
you,
Anandmai.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Namaste.
Bye. Bye.
Namaste.
So, sir, today we'll be discussing about sleeping disorder and obesity.
Yeah, so how this obesity have an impact on your sleeping disorder? How the sleeping becomes interrupted because of obesity? So there is a word which is known as sleep apnea. So we'll talk about the sleep apnea today, and we'll see how many types of the apnea is there, and uh, how they are aggravated, and how this sleep apnea can have a bad impact on your health, and how we can treat this apnea. And the first of all, we need to become aware of this apnea. So basically, the obstructive apnea is a complete cessation of airflow despite the efforts to breathe. We have a respiration, but sometimes during the sleep, there is a complete cessation of the airflow into the lungs. But the central apnea is there is a complete cessation of the respiratory effort and airflow. So difference is in central apnea, there would not be any respiratory effort, but in obstructive apnea, yes, the cause is something different, but it is not because of the brain. So you have respiratory effort, but even then you don't have any airflow into inside your body. So mixed apnea is when there is a complete cessation of the airflow with a gradual increase in the respiratory effort after an initial absence. This uh, the span of this sleep apnea is followed by a desaturation, oxygen desaturation into your body. So obstructive sleep apnea is a sleep disorder that involves the cessation of the significant decrease in the airflow in the presence of breathing effort. Yeah, even there can be cessation of the airflow for more than 60 seconds. When you are sleeping, you don't know how much time you were there without a breathing effort, without a airflow uh, uh, inside your body. So the OSA is the most common type of sleep disordered breathing. So obstructive sleep apnea is a sleep disordered breathing and is characterized by the recurrent episodes of upper airway collapse during the sleep. So these episodes are associated with the recurrent oxyhemoglobin desaturation and arousal from the sleep. So if we see the basically the pathway of the air is from the nasal cavity, it is going into the nasopharynx. From the nasopharynx, it is going into the oropharynx inside, and from the oropharynx, it goes to the larynx and then the trachea and to the lungs. So this is the normal pathway. So if there is any disturbance in between this pathway, there would be obstruction to your airflow inside. So that obstruction may be because of deposition of some fat cells, some fat adipose tissue around. You see, this the pathway is like a windpipe. It's a windpipe. you can collapse it from outside if you deposit adipose tissue around the pipe, or there may be because of the relaxation of the muscles which is surrounding the pipe. So if the muscles are not working, or there is an extra fat deposition, then there may be obstruction of the airflow into inside your body. So the episodes of the complete or the partial collapse of the airways are translated to apnea or hypoapnea. So the word is known as apnea is complete cessation of the airflow for more than 10 seconds, or hypoapnea is a decreased airflow inside for more than 10 seconds. So that the first there is a sedation, and after the sedation there is a sudden arousal. So we see some people they experience, they have a sudden awakening. We can say the frequent sudden awakening during the sleep. So they don't have a good deep sleep. They cannot have a good quality of the sleep. So they frequently they become awakened at night. So they don't have a good sleep, and then they have to go for daytime sleepiness also. So there is the arousal also. You become awakened at night, and there would be oxyhemoglobin desaturation also. So when we talk about the diagnosis of this, yes, this is diagnosed by AHI score, that is the apnea hypoapnea score, hypoapnea index. The normal index is 0 to 5, 6 to 15 events per hour is the mild, and 16 to 30 events per hour is the moderate. If you are awakening 16 to 30 times in 1 hour, that is a moderate sleep apnea. If it is more than 30, it's a severe sleep apnea. So if the people they are awakening around more than 30 times in 1 hour during the sleep, it becomes a severe sleep apnea. So obstructive sleep apnea, we know that the cessation of the airflow for more than 10 seconds and usually associated with 40% oxygen desaturation, because the air is not going inside. So the oxygen saturation of the blood, it drops by 4%. And obstructive sleep hypoapnea, there is a decrease in 30 to 50% of airflow for 10 seconds, and maybe it is associated with 4% of oxygen desaturation. So sometimes we know some of the patients, they are coming with the snoring. Even a lot of people, around 80% people, they snores at night. Some snores at the louder, and some snore at the less severity. So everybody is snoring at night, but we ignore this snoring. Actually, this snoring is an alarming situation. It's an alarm to awaken us that yes, you are going to have a big problem, that is a sleep apnea. So if at that stage when you are having a snoring, if you can control that stage, I don't think you will be progressing towards the sleep apnea. You can control the sleep apnea in stage 1, that is the snoring, and that can lead to gasping also. Most probably it is associated with the obesity. Because of the hypertension also, one can have sleep apnea. Excessive daytime sleeping is also there. There may be family history of this sleep apnea. There may be history of some surgery, tonsillectomy in the childhood. There may be adenoids in the tonsils also that may be associated with this. So basically, sleep apnea is an abnormal breathing event that includes apnea and hypoapnea more than 5 events per hour, and which is followed by oxygen desaturation that causes arousal, or that causes sleep fragmentation, and in the last stage we can have daytime sleepiness also, because we don't have a good quality sleep at night. So there is a daytime sleeping, and daytime sleeping can cause a lot of vehicle accidents also. A lot of the people while driving the car, they usually have daytime sleeping at that time, and that can lead to the accidents, that can lead to some cardiovascular consequences also. So when this sleep apnea is associated with excessive daytime sleeping, the person cannot work properly in the office. He or she is sleeping while in the office chair. So it decreases the work efficiency. It can lead to road traffic accidents also. It can lead to cardiovascular consequences also. So when this obstructive sleep apnea is associated with excessive daytime sleeping, then it is known as obstructive sleep apnea syndrome. So it becomes syndrome. So basically, this obstructive sleep apnea is because of upper airway tone is decreased, because of decrease in the upper airway tone during the sleep, especially during the REM sleep. What happens when we are awakened? There is a neuromuscular compensation is there that keeps our muscles of the pipe. We can say the walls of the pharynx, the muscles, they remain active, so they can keep this pipe wide open. When we are going to sleep, the two things happen. Because we are sleeping, so there is a no central nervous system control, but so there is no neuromuscular compensation is not there. Plus there is a fall of your tongue. The tongue is falling behind. So from anteriorly, the tongue is compressing the pipe, and from posteriorly, because of relaxation of the muscles are relaxed. So there is a compression from the posterior side. And if one have obesity, there is excessive fat deposits around the neck or in the submental area, the chin area. So if one have lot of adipose tissue there and around the windpipe, then there is an obstruction of the pipe when the patient is sleeping. And when there is an obstruction or compression of that pipe, so that then there is complete cessation or decreased flow of the air inside the lungs. So that lead to sleep apnea. So there may be collapse also, there may be decreased tone also. So when there is a sleep, usually during the sleep, we discussed that there is a loss of neuromuscular compensation, plus there is a decreased pharyngeal muscle activity. So that causes compression of the airway, and that causes apnea. So that can lead to, when there is a apnea, then oxygen is not going inside, carbon dioxide is not coming outside. So there may be hypoxia plus hypercapnia. There is a retention of the carbon dioxide inside, that will lead to increased ventilatory effort. So when there is a pause is there, when the oxygen saturation is not there, and then immediately you have retention of the CO2, then that will increase the ventilatory effort, and suddenly we awaken. Suddenly there is a arousal, and when there is a arousal, then again the neuromuscular compensation takes place. There is a muscle activity takes place, and the patient starts taking respiration or breathing normally. Oxygen becomes normal, and then patient try to hyperventilate because there is a scarcity or deficiency of the oxygen inside. So patients take deep breath at that time. When we have experienced also, when somebody suddenly awakened at night and he or she starts taking deep breathing at that time, because there is a deficiency of the oxygen inside. So this is the complete the cycle of the events which occurs during the apnea. So apnea itself causes a sleep fragmentation, hypoxia, hypercapnia. It can lead to cardiovascular complications also. It can lead to excessive daytime sleepiness also. And both of things, because there is a excessive daytime sleeping, so the work efficiency also goes down, mobility also goes down. The patient starts having more fat deposition. So it can lead to more obesity. If the patient is having obesity grade 2, it can become grade 3 or grade 4, and it will increase the morbidity and mortality. So we have seen the obstructive sleep apnea is associated around 40% patients with obesity, 50% diabetes, 50% heart failure, depression in 50%, stroke in 50%, hypertension in 35% of the cases. So it can be very common. Like a lot of people, they are snoring. It may be dangerous in some patients. It can be easily recognized, and it is easily treatable. The sleep apnea can be easily treatable. If it is because of the obesity, we can reduce the weight, and if it's not because of the obesity, then we can use some sort of positive pressure respiration that can also decrease the episodes of the apnea. Yes, Ankit? So the sleep apnea can affect anybody at any time. It can affect the children also. It can affect the athletes also. So no one is immune for this. And while anyone can suffer from sleep apnea, certain group of the people are more prone to suffering from this condition. So who are all those category of the people? Obese patients. The obesity has a lot of prevalence for sleep apnea. Then yes, increasing age also, because with the increasing age there is decreased muscle activity. Male gender has they are more prone to have sleep apnea. Post-menopausal females, they are more prone to sleep apneas. If there is a family history, they're more prone to have sleep apneas. Patient who takes alcohol and patient who smokes, they are more prone to have sleep apnea. Some have associated conditions. also that can lead to sleep apnea. And some there is a craniofacial or upper airway soft tissue anatomical abnormalities like cleft palate is there. If there is a cleft lip is there, if there is a narrowing of the palate is there, all those they are more prone to have sleep apnea. So if we talk about the obesity, because obesity itself is a big epidemic in world, around 1.7 billion people they are suffering from obesity, and you can say two-thirds of the adult population of America they are having overweight, and more than 50% they are obese. So when we talk about the relationship of the sleep apnea and the obesity, yes, the obesity can lead to sleep apnea. There are basically uh, three principles behind this. Number one, there is a deposition of excessive fat around the neck, which causes the sleep apnea. Number two is when there is an increased visceral fat that causes increase in the intra-abdominal pressure, and because increase in the intra-abdominal pressure, there is a diaphragm between the chest and the abdomen. So when there is an increased pressure inside the abdomen, that will push the diaphragm upside into the chest. So the total volume of the chest decreases, and because of that, the total lung volume also decreases. So that can also lead to sleep apnea. So number three is changes in the neural compensatory mechanism. So basically, in the obese people, there is a diminished protective reflexes, which otherwise would increase upper airway dilator muscles activity to maintain the airway patency. Then there is the waist circumference. If the waist circumference is more, then definitely you have a more visceral fat that can lead to more upward mobilization of the diaphragm, and that lead to decreased lung capacity. So all these things can cause sleep apnea. So when we see the deposition of the fat, so there are two ways of deposition of the fat. Number one is upper body fat deposition. So that is the deposition of the fat around the belly. So we can say the truncal obesity or the central obesity because of increased visceral fat deposition. And another is this is known as apple shape obesity. Another is a pear shape obesity when there is a deposition of the fat is there around the hips or in the limbs. That is mainly common in females, and pear shape, and apple shape mainly common in the males. So because upper body obesity, that's the apple shape obesity, they have more waist circumference, so they can lead to sleep apnea, but the chances of sleep apnea is less in cases of gyneco type of obesity, that is more in the female. So male gender is more risk, they have more risk to have sleep apnea. So in apple shape, we can say the excess fat is on the abdomen, common in the men, significant correlation with the metabolic syndrome. The people who have central obesity, they are more prone to have metabolic syndrome. In the pear shape, that is the gynecoid obesity, mainly in the females, they have excess fat on the limbs and on the buttocks. They're common in the women, and non-significant correlation with the metabolic syndrome. But so basically, this is hip to waist ratio, which we see if waist hip ratio is more than 9 in males, they are more prone to have sleep apnea because they have a morbid obesity. If this waist to hip ratio is more than 0.85 in females, then they are more prone to have sleep apnea and the obesity. So this is the way why these obese people they are more prone to have sleep apnea, and this sleep apnea basically it may be because of obesity, and this sleep apnea itself can cause obesity because of decreased mobility or sedentary lifestyles. So we can say around 70% of those with the OSA they are obese. 70% of sleep apnea patients they are obese, and prevalence of OSA in obese men and women is 40%. So if we see the BMI, if the AHI score is more than 15, around 60% they are more prone to have sleep apnea. If the BMI is more than 30, if the BMI is more than 40, they have 98% chance of developing the sleep apnea. So every 10 kg increase in the weight increases risk by twofold of sleep apnea. Every increase in the BMI by 6 increases the risk of sleep apnea 4 times. And every increase in the waist or the hip circumference by around 13 to 15 centimeter, they increase the risk of sleep apnea 4 times. So now we can conclude by saying that obesity can lead to a dangerous condition, that is a sleep apnea, and this sleep apnea can cause a lot of things. It can lead to cardiovascular complications, it can lead to stroke, it can lead to heart failure, or it can lead to obesity, it can lead to mental ill health also. So that is why it is very important to manage your weight, and losing weight can improve your OSA or lessen the symptoms. OSA may lead to weight gain, and weight gain leads to OSA. So that is why the obesity epidemic is growing very fast, and we need to control the obesity epidemic. If we can control the obesity epidemic, then we can control the respiratory problems also. Once you reduce weight, your respiration becomes good. You can have a deep breathing, because the obese people, they have a very shallow breathing. They have very low lung capacity. They have low, the more compression of their windpipe, the more chances of having a sleep apnea.
That was a wonderful session, Dr. Saggu. And you know that a lot of people in our neighborhood are also suffering from sleep apnea, and they are using a lot of different machines suggested by you and other doctors. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to understand when that person realize themselves about that problem, and when they should reach out to a doctor. Because generally, a lot of people they don't know they have to reach out to a doctor, and they have a problem like this.
Actually, the snoring is the stage one for the sleep apnea. The snoring can lead to sleep apnea. But yes, when you have a frequent awakening at night, sometimes, in India we say that I was awakened because of the fear.
Yeah.
Somebody came into my dream and I awakened. So actually, this is not fear. The fear is of being deoxygenated. So when there is a apnea, there is a decreased concentration of the oxygen in the blood, and the brain tells you now, you please awaken, because you have to take more oxygen. So when we are sleeping, we cannot take the oxygen if there is any obstruction. We have to get up to take the oxygen. So this is just like when you are thirsty and you get up and you take a glass of water. It's the same thing when you have an apnea. You will awaken, or you will get up to have a bout of oxygen inside. So then you start taking deep breathing. And this is not the fear of God or fear of ghost. There is no ghost, nothing, but this is because of decreased concentration of the oxygen inside.
So when you get out of bed then, or when you awaken, you can feel that relief, almost like
Yeah.
you've been holding your breath. It's not something that, okay, got it.
Yeah, because actually when you get out of the bed, your neuromuscular compensation also starts, because of the fat, excessive fat around the neck will not let this air go inside your lungs. But when you will awaken, your brain start working, and your neuromuscular compensation starts acting. Then they can wide open your windpipe, and then you can have a lot of oxygen.
Mm.
And sir, also, do you think that people who swim they have a better, lungs as compared to the other people, and that helps in oxygen level as well?
Ankit, whatever activity you are doing, whether it is a swimming, whether it is a dancing, whether it is an exercising, or whether it is a meditation also. So wherever you do the deep breathing practices daily, that is the basic principle of pranayama. What they do in the pranayama or the meditation or in the yoga, they do the deep breathing. They inhale and then exhale, and they become aware of their breathing also. So
Yeah.
if you're doing the deep breathing exercise or deep breathing activities or deep breathing practices daily, I don't think you can have sleep apnea, or you can be attacked by that.
Now, if you're already suffering from sleep apnea, can you start utilizing deep breathing as a way to counteract it?
Yeah. So actually, you need to treat the cause of your sleep apnea. We can say around 70% is the obesity. If there is obesity, if you start losing weight, then you will be having a deep breathing also, and you will be relieved of the sleep apnea. If
And
your average weight, your BMI is not on the higher side, if you are taking alcohol, because what alcohol does, alcohol relaxes the muscles of your windpipe. So if you will stop your alcohol, then I think your muscles can start working again. So that can be, you can be relieved of sleep apnea. If there is any medication you are taking that is putting ill effect on your muscles, by stopping those medication, you can be relieved of that. If there is something else, if there is any narrowing of your palate or something there, you can start taking CPAP. What is CPAP? CPAP is a positive pressure ventilation. So we are pushing the air inside your lungs with the pressure, because there is obstruction. Whenever there is obstruction, you have to put a high pressure to send air inside. So that the machine is doing. The machine is doing the same thing. The machine is giving you positive pressure respiration. Or when there is a narrowing of the pipe, and when the air is going by gushing inside, it is making a noise, that is a snoring.
So, so Dr. Saggu, I mean, our viewers would like to know that can they use CPAP in place of ventilators, where they just use oxygen? Is it the same thing or is it different?
You can say the CPAP is a mild sort of machine as compared to ventilator. So where we do the CPAP, where we give the CPAP, CPAP is given to the patient whom they have their own respiratory effort. Like there is a problem taking air inside, but I have my respiratory effort. Then the CPAP will work for me, because CPAP will push the air inside and I can have a breathing. But if the patient does not have its own respiratory effort, then we have to give the respiratory effort by the ventilator. So at that time we need to give the ventilator.
Okay. And can someone overcome this problem with a lot of exercising?
Yes, we can do that. Even lot of this neck exercises also, and a lot of other exercises, aerobic exercises, low intensity, moderate intensity, even standing workout, training exercise, all type of exercise. You can reduce weight, and if you are not reducing weight, at least you can have a better concentration. You can have better awareness. That way, you can treat your sleep apnea.
And now
think Jim has a question.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had myself muted.
Yeah, Jim.
I had a series of questions, and one, Sarah, I just wanted to say your neck looks fine to me, so I'm not sure you have to worry.
Thank you.
I did suffer from sleep apnea, and about 5 years ago, I quit alcohol and I lost weight, and I don't suffer from it anymore. So, I'm just reinforcing what you're saying to the audience, and because you can do it, you can get better. And the other questions I had, I was told that if you snore, you may or may not have sleep apnea, but if you have sleep apnea, you will snore.
You will snore,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing I had a question of is does sleep position matter? Do you sleeping on your side as opposed to your back affect sleep apnea?
Yeah. If you take side while sleeping, then definitely your tongue is not falling back.
Right.
So the principle of that is, from anteriorly the tongue is compressing, and from posteriorly the posterior wall is compressing your windpipe. So if you are on the lateral position, your tongue will not come inside, or will not compress your windpipe. Then you will have less snoring, and you will have a better oxygenation.
That was also my experience. I found that I could not sleep on my back. I had to sleep on my side. So let me look at the let's see, the hip to weight ratio.
But Jim, if you want to test yourself that you don't have a sleep apnea, the test is when you are sleeping supine on back, then you will not be having any type of apnea. Then you are absolutely healthy.
I'll run that experiment.
So if you can breathe while you're sleeping on your back, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Sorry?
Got it.
Yeah.
So we call it, I think, Dr. Saggu, we call it a Shavasana, where we just sleep like
Shavasana.
Yeah. So in yoga, we have a Shavasana where we just open our arms and legs and just sleep like that, and see whether we are getting a good breath or we are able to breathe well. And that we will get to know, whether you have that sleep apnea or not.
And also the deep breathing that you recommended, that was also something that I incorporated in, and I believe that was also helpful for me. So I wanted to reinforce that point as well. But you did mention the hip to...
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
While doing the deep breathing, it is recommended that you should breathe from your abdomen.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you should breathe from your abdomen. While
Yeah.
inhaling, your abdomen should come out, right? You have to fill the air, not in the chest, in the abdomen.
Yes.
So while inhaling, your abdomen should be protruding, and by exhaling, your abdomen should be flattening.
Yes, that's what my spiritual advisor taught me, was to do it
Yeah.
through the abdomen. And so
Yeah.
that again, and my personal experience is syncing right up with what you're saying. And the other thing I had a question about was, you said the hip to waist ratio, and you gave us some figures about that. Are you talking like just taking a measurement of your hips and a measurement of your waist, like with?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
comparing
you know, the waist circumference and the hip circumference. For males and females, the waist circumference is at the different level. For
Right.
males, it is at the umbilicus. Right? It is at the umbilicus. You have to measure for the waist circumference. But for the females, African females and American females, because they have a typical gynoid or pear-shaped body, so the narrowest part of your abdomen is the waist circumference in the female with the pear-shaped body, right? But for the males, it is around your umbilicus.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, that you've answered the questions that I had, and I just want to commend you, because I think the sleep apnea is something that is prevalent but not diagnosed. So many people are unaware that they suffer from this, and the consequences that you outlined are severe.
Yeah. Around 70
Especially-
to 80%, 70 to 80% people, they are not diagnosed of sleep apnea. The diagnosed people, they are only 20 to 30%. Because we are not aware of this disease, and this may be so risky that it can lead to sudden cardiac arrest also.
Right.
So whatever, yeah.
You're providing a great service, educating people on this subject. I really commend you.
Thank
Dr.
you so
Saggu,
much.
to add on this, we have an Indian lifestyle where we used to sleep on the earth. Would that help in overcoming sleep apnea?
Yeah, actually, while sleeping on the earth, there is some gravitational force is there that can cause ingush of the air into your lungs. Definitely, that would be a positive point by sleeping on the earth.
And also, if you drink lots of water at night, would that also help?
That is not recommended for sleep apnea. And we always say that you should take water, if you want to take water, at least 1.5 hours before you go for the sleep, not
Because
while going to sleep.
I remember a case study from one of our cricketers, Sachin Tendulkar. He was suffering from something, and I'm not sure about it, but I read one of the articles, and he was drinking half glass of water every hour during the night as well. And that helps him in sleep, and also carrying that water therapy, and that helps in the game as well. That's what
he was awakening frequently to take the half glass of water.
Every hour.
That may not be a good practice, because you need to have a very, very good quality sleep for at least 6 to 7 hours at night. If you will not take a continuous good quality sleep, then you will not be efficient during the daytime. You would be having a daytime sleeping.
No. So I'm not sure, but what I read is that he was just waking for drinking water and then sleeping again.
That is the interruption of the sleep.
The REM state.
That is the interruption of the sleep. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Let me see that study also. Let me see that study.
Because they said it's a water therapy kind of a thing, basically. They are trying to have more water in the body.
Yeah. One more thing I would like to highlight. Why the water is not recommended during night time? Because in young males it's okay. Sachin Tendulkar, maybe he was of 25 or 30 years at that time. But in elder age, like if I talk about the Jim, he may be around 60. Jim.
Yeah.
And
Jim is 45.
But I would get up if I drank water. I would get up for a different reason.
Yeah. So because after 45 years of the age, there is an enlargement of the prostate. And when you have a prostate enlargement, it's for everybody, not for some men, but it is for everybody. They usually have a enlargement of the prostate, and if you are drinking water at that time during the night, then definitely you have to get out of your bed
Yeah.
for your natural call.
I should be concerned then, because I'm nowhere near 60 and I always have to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night if I'm going to go somewhere.
So luckily, Sarah, the prostate is in the males, not in the females, so you don't worry.
Got that going for you.
Thank God.
You have other things to worry about. That's not one of them.
Yeah.
Right.
Certainly. So, sir, when you talk about sleep apnea, is there a difference in Indians as compared to Americans and Africans and people in other cultures, or is it something similar?
No, the prevalence of, I would like to tell you, prevalence of sleep apnea is more in the males than the females. You can say males around 35% and females around 10 to 12%. Because they have pear-shaped body. And the men, they have an apple-shaped body. I'm talking about the Indian men. So the more fat you have in the abdomen, that will press your diaphragm more, and that will make you prone for the sleep apnea. So if you talk about the Western population, they have less central obesity. They don't have a much central obesity, and you can say the prevalence of sleep apnea is directly proportional to your waist circumference. So Western people, they don't have much waist circumference because their weight is, it is equally distributed in the limbs also and in the abdomen also. So that is why the Asian people, Asian men, they are more prone to have sleep apnea as compared to the Western. Even then, in America, also around 42 million people, they are suffering from sleep apnea.
Yes.
Wow.
But I'm talking, 42 millions.
And but they're not doing.
That's way more than coronavirus.
Yeah. So there are a lot of things are there which are more riskier, more dangerous than coronavirus. You can say obesity, sleep apnea, all these things, they can lead to a lot of diabetes, they can lead to a lot of things that we are not aware of.
Dr. Saggu, we had a message that indicated that they had been following your advice about not eating before dark, and that helped them sleep better. And so would that have any effect in the sleep apnea too, just making you sleep better? But probably it seems to me that they're two unrelated things. But you want quality sleep. That's the idea here, that the sleep apnea is preventing you from having quality sleep.
Yeah. So whatever the practices you can do to make your sleep good quality, more durable, so that would help to reduce your sleep apnea. It may be your food also. You can have a healthy food that can lead to good sleep, and it is advisable to have a low glycemic index food at night. You should be having the whole grains. You can have a bran, you can have complex sugars. But if you will take simple sugar at night, that is the pasta, chocolates, sugary things, sweeteners, so that will lead to frequent awakening at night, and you can have you may be more prone to have sleep apnea. And then, so you have to modify your food pattern, food constituents. You have to modify your lifestyle also. Do some stress busting activities. If you are having stress, you have to control your stress. You have to be on top of your stress. Only then you can have a good sleep. So whatever practices you can do to have a good sleep, please do that.
The comment we got also said that by not eating after dark, the person had stomach swelling. So the stomach swelling seems to be related to the sleep apnea.
Yeah. Try to have your dinner before 7. We would say before 7 you have your dinner. And if you want to have something at night, you can have salads, you can have fruits and vegetables, but not the carbohydrate. If you take the carbohydrate, then again it will give you the insulin surge at night. There may be hypoglycemia or hyperglycemia at night. That will increase your ghrelin level also. That will decrease your leptin level also. Then your sleep would not be a smooth or high quality sleep.
Right.
And also, Dr. Saggu, I mean, before we go to bed, I think we should have around 1 hour difference while we have a dinner and going to bed. That also
Yeah,
helps you in good sleep
yeah.
as well.
That is, there should be at least uh, uh, 1 hour before you're going to bed. Take your dinner. I mean, I would say you take your dinner before 7. But if you cannot, at least there should be difference of 1 hour. That is for reflux. If you have your food and you immediately you lie down, or before 1 hour you lie down, the gastric contents will come upwards. There would be a reflux. So to neutralize your reflux, it is advisable to have at least 1 hour before going to bed. Take your dinner 1 hour before going to your bed.
What if you're someone like Ankit though, who works all day and can only eat before he goes to sleep? What is your advice for Ankit?
I think Uncle would follow all the good practices now.
I'm trying to follow the good practices since I met Dr. Saggu. So,
Yeah.
so I'm just trying my best to have everything intact and be strong and try to get the things done.
Good.
That is what the best part is. But
Because
Dr. Saggu, I mean, you know that, yeah.
Part of
Yes, Jim.
being healthy is to change your behavior. You have to be willing to change your behavior, because we can get into sloppy habits, bad habits, and if we can make those habits, we can produce a change in our lives and adopt new habits that are healthy.
Absolutely.
Then everything else seems to get better.
Certainly.
You know,
No, I think
because
because
of the now because of this pandemic, this COVID pandemic, now there are new norms. The norms have been changed now, so we are going to adapt the new policies, new habits, new practices. I think we would be more disciplined now.
I agree.
Yeah.
This is what I hold on to it in my hope that we will emerge from this healthier, better,
Yeah.
and in many ways, mental health.
Absolutely. And you know, we all have the power to do that because me starts with me. If I start doing that, if you start doing that, we've started doing that already.
Yes.
True.
Yeah.
Right on. It's true.
And Dr. Sabbu, I have one more question. A lot of our viewers would like to know that they have a lot of drinks after dinner. Drinks, I'm not talking about alcoholic drinks, but maybe a soda or a hot milk as well. So, do you suggest those kind of drinks after dinner before going to bed?
No, there should not be any energy drink before going to bed. Please don't take any type of energy, because whatever type of the liquid energy you will take, because the liquid energy will absorb very, very fast from your digestive system. And the things which are going to be absorbed very fast, they have a high glycemic index. So when they will absorb very fast, then there would be suddenly increase in the blood sugar level. That will increase the insulin secretion from the pancreas. There would be sudden surge of the insulin, and when there is a sudden surge of the insulin, that will decrease your blood sugar, and that will you will go to the hypoglycemia. So whatever the things which have a refined sugar or simple sugar, we can say the easy sugar, or with sugar with the high glycemic index, should not be taken at night. These things are for daytime only. In the night, you have to take only healthy food and take at least half a portion, whatever you needed. Don't full your stomach till the lid of the stomach. So keep half of stomach empty. Don't take any type of energy drinks. Have a good quality sleep.
Dr. Saggu, I'd say from our Anglo-Saxon tradition, we always were taught with one or two things: either a hot toddy before bed or a warm glass of milk before bed. Now, is that bad?
Milk, because milk has natural carbohydrate. So natural carbohydrate, they are the complex carbohydrate, and the complex carbohydrate has a low glycemic index. So when you drink milk, it will give you the feeling of the fullness. It will not absorb very fast. It will not give you the insulin and the insulin surge. So that is why, and at night, whatever we eat, what type of the maybe carbohydrate or the fats or the protein we need to take, that has to be low absorbable. They should not be absorbed very fast, so that you can have energy level of, throughout your sleep for the long duration, because you are going to break your fast in the morning. So when you are going to break your fast, then till then at least you should have a smooth energy level.
Yes.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Dr. Saggu and Jim and Ankit and Kim, because I know you're listening. I actually have to head out, but thank you so much for having me. And namaste to all of you. Bye.
Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, Sarah, nice. Yeah,
Sarah.
it was nice to see you.
Bye.
Bye.
So, Dr. Saggu, Sarah joins us from Chicago, and she is a part of IBM TV. We are just trying to train her to do a lot of shows with us, and moderate shows as well. And she works with a juvenile place where they handle a lot of people who are juvenile, and they are trying to train them and things like that.
Okay.
Yes. Without Sarah and without Kim, the aesthetic quality of our show is diminished. But we will muddle through.
Hi, guys.
There you go. Thank you.
Eating blueberries and listening and sending questions because I'm like, oh, I want to be in here, but I had to do some equipment stuff, and I didn't want the noise to interrupt anyone because I got things I got to unfortunately take care of that won't wait until after the show. But that happens in life. But one of the things I wanted to thank Dr. Saggu for, some of his good advice has actually been working for me. And during this COVID situation, I noticed, putting on a little bit of weight, even though I still worked out and every day, I could not understand. And so some of the advice he gave me was just changing my disciplines a little bit, right? And then I noticed a change. And sometimes maybe just even change, right? Get out of that routine. Yes, Dr. Saggu.
You're not able to hear, sir? Dr. Saggu, can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
No.
Okay. I also, while I
Can
have,
you hear me?
yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
While I have Dr. Saggu here, I wanted to wish him happy Father's Day.
Oh.
Because tomorrow is a big Father's Day. Do you celebrate Father's Day in India as well?
We celebrate all the festivals.
Okay,
Okay, it's like Puerto Rico. Is it a celebration? Yeah, we do it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Dr.
think
Saggu.
Dr. Saggu needs to leave. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Go to bed.
Take care.
Go to sleep.
Oh, yes, yes.
I love Dr. Saggu. Anyway,
That was amazing. I really learned quite a bit.
this is what I love about this is that this is real talk, right?
Yes.
This isn't just us chattering. This is real, healthy, professional information. And Dr. Saggu, I wanted to make sure you heard me say I'm wishing you a happy Father's Day.
so much.
And thank you for all of your advice, because I actually I don't just take notes, I actually execute on them. I've noticed a difference. And this is, and I have a friends that are kind of watching me and they're going, wow, that really worked. And I go, yeah, it's really working. But the thing is that you don't just listen to it or take notes on it. You have to execute on it.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to try. Nothing that Dr. Saggu has shared with us or any of the doctors is bad for us. Right. It's not going to hurt you to try it. So, and why not? So, yeah, I have been doing all of these things, like making sure, 30 minutes before I eat, I try to drink some water or something. And then, 30 minutes I wait and then I eat. But this is disciplines, right? Just like if you're playing a sport or playing chess, you have to develop it and exercise it. But this was an excellent talk today, because I've experienced and seeing people with sleep apnea, right? That it can be a very big problem. And if you don't get good sleep, you're not going to eat right. I'm just going to tell you right now. If you're fatigued throughout the day, you're going to be reaching for all kinds of foods that are bad for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you are. Because you're
energy boost.
Yeah, caffeine and but your mind is also tricking you that you need to eat something because you're tired, right? So you're going to grab for anything. You're going to grab for that candy bar, the sugar. You're going to grab for and you're going to forget to eat the fruits, and then your body really gets out of sync. Right? So Dr. Saggu is the best thing we've got going to reduce our weights, get better sleep, and if you're having problems, reach out and ask. Or call your doctor and ask, or call the show and ask, or text us, because we're here. That's why we're here, because we're all in this together. We all put on weight. There's probably a handful of skinny people out there that never put on weight.
Yeah.
Just probably one of them.
And also, Tim, post-COVID, we have to host a fruit party with Dr. Saggu.
That's right.
Sure.
Healthy
Sure.
food. Healthy food.
Healthy food, healthy fruit party
Blueberries.
with a lot of shakes and a lot of smoothies. All fruits will be available
Yes,
at that time.
Sure. We'll do that.
And between now and then, what we need to do, we got our 100 show coming up. Ankit and I can't believe 100 shows already. And
that's great.
maybe a little food celebration.
So Dr. Saggu, we started on 9th of March, and on Tuesday, we have completed 100 shows within a span of 3 months.
Okay.
And that includes around 500 plus hours.
About 4 hours a day.
So so it means we have exponential curve that is going up, and we don't want to flatten this curve.
Yes.
You know what, husband? We want to keep growing.
Not all the curves are the same.
What's beautiful about this isn't just Ankit and I, the show that we started. It's all the other great shows that have evolved out of it, like yours, Dr. Saggu, or the music shows on Sunday. How joyful is that to have live music from around the world? So it's not just one item that happened out of this. It's the expansive, and the panel talks, right? Somebody contacted me the other day and they said, you guys have the coolest panel talks. Like, you're not talking about the problem, you're trying to solve it. Exactly. But all we want you to do is think, right? Think about the problem, and don't whine about it or complain about it. Do something.
And Kimberly, this is not always one size fits all. We're all individuals, and there's a little bit of trial and error. Something that might work for me might not work for you, but and vice versa. But there are some things that I've learned from Dr. Saggu that I think are nearly universal in their applications, and they're good for everyone. And
thank you so much.
And I do believe that trial and error. Well, try these suggestions. Just try them, and maybe it'll work for you.
That's right. But the end result is focus on building your immunity, lower your obesity, because this whole world's become obese. And the Western habits kind of traveled the wrong way, right? Or the wrong thing traveled. And what we need to do is just get healthier, love ourselves again, and get healthier. And Dr. Saggu inspires that. He's been with us almost probably as close to the first show, right, Ankit? Yeah, Dr. Saggu
Kim, our duty is to ring the bells. So maybe if we can ring the bells of 10% population, I think well and good. We'll always say reduce obesity, have a good sleep, say no to the crocodiles, ultra-processed diet, corporates. Please handle them. Have a healthy food.
There you go.
And we have not addressed one of the problems we have in the United States, which is income inequality. So there are people who can eat healthy, and there are people whose only choice is unhealthy food. That's the only way they can get any calories is through consuming unhealthy food. So there are many, you can ring the bell as loud as you want in certain neighborhoods, and they can't change. And so this is something that the financial fitness shows will address. But still having that thought in their head.
Ring the bell.
Can't hurt.
Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Don't eat your food. Enjoy your food.
Enjoy it. And slow and chew it.
Enjoy your food. Chew it. Eat mindfully.
Before you consume it.
That's right. And smell it. Enjoy the every efforts part of it. But something else. Dr. Saggu is always fun because he's always coming up with these little things like stay at home, use the phone, call your doctor instead of going in sick. So Dr. Saggu is always coming up with these great, wonderful little phrases that
I just wrote down. Ring the bell.
Shrink the bell.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I will take your leave now.
Say hello to your wife. Thank you. Many blessings. Namaste.
Namaste. Satshkar.
Namaste. So yeah, it's wonderful to have the real conversations with the doctor, right? And something I miss a lot because my first doctor, who became my general practitioner, but he was actually an OBGYN, I had known him since the 80s. And he had this thing that once he did your annual physical, you would go in to his office after you dressed up and everything, and he would have tea. And you would sit and talk for about 30 minutes.
That's astounding. I've never heard of such a thing.
Nobody had. And they're like, where? And I didn't want to give his name out too much. I didn't want that to change. And it did change. I think after 10 years of being together, insurance had changed, right? The insurance companies were coming up and taking over, and they would tell doctors that they had to have a high volume in order to make money. And so his practice changed. So one day I told him, I said, look, I really miss, well, two, I had to change my doctors. My insurance companies would no longer cover him. So he had to refer me, and he referred me to his wife's doctor, right? So I thought that was real sweet. So anyway, eventually I called him up and said, I miss you so much. I'm just going to pay to come see you. Screw insurance. I don't. And he goes, it's funny you should say that. Our staff has voted to not do insurance anymore. So I could go back to my normal practice the way I want to practice, because they were making him not sit down with his patients. They were making him meet high volume quota.
That's a great story.
So he did. Him and his partners went and started the other practice. They eventually, insurance kind of decided to work with them, and I went back to him, and we went back to our normal routine until he retired. So I was his last surgery. So when he retired, so we had a very tight bond. Yeah. But he was like that with all. This is what's weird. You think you're the only one in his life, but it wasn't like that. All of his patients felt that way. But the problem is we don't have that with our physicians anymore. Our physicians don't really know us, and they're prescribing things left and right, but they don't know us. Like when they prescribed me a particular kind of medication that was a change, he called me every day just to ask me how I felt. Was it okay with me? Then he spanned it out once a week until he felt like it was a good fit. So, but you don't find that in any physician. One fits all, right?
I think that what you're describing is a doctor who had a spiritual presence, and with someone with a spiritual presence like that makes everyone feel special when they come into their realm, and that feeling that you had could be replicated with another patient because of the man who was doing it was a spiritual being. And I think that is missing as well. There's nothing spiritual about my doctor's visits. There's nothing spiritual about my stay in the hospitals. It's very much that they take my blood, they do the measurements, and then they treat accordingly.
And then it's about prescriptions.
Yes, but their relationship is with my blood rather than me.
Right. Thank you. I call them the vampires. There's actually a center that I call the Vampire Castle at Duke because it looks like a castle. I'll take a picture of it. And you go into the basement where they take your blood, right? Yeah. And I go, I'm here to see the vampires today. Yeah. There's
vampires at Stanford Hospital too. Believe me.
But the thing I like about Dr. Saggu is I feel like I'm having that personal experience and relationship with the doctor, just like any of the doctors that have been on our show. I felt like I was having that relationship again because I missed that so much when he retired. I went through 5 doctors before I found one and realized I just had to settle on a doctor. So
I had that with one of my doctors, and he retired, and just as you described. And I've now had one session with the doctor that I have to see now, and it's completely different. So it's not that he's a bad doctor. Of course, he's a great doctor, but I didn't have that connection yet. Maybe I'll build it.
it's hard because they've got a busy life. You have no idea the pains that they go through because they've had to hire so much admin people become business. They've had to become business people because of insurance instead of doctors. Okay. They literally, and they don't teach them business in doctor school. No. So now you're asking them to give up their mindset of healing to become a business person. And in many cases, I would have my doctor, wait a minute, let me see if your insurance will cover what I want to do for you. And I go, oh, hell no. You write down what you want to do for me. And I will pay for it if they don't. But apparently, this is healthy for me.
Right.
But we're not going to go through a book of insurance to find out, will they cover a treatment I need? That's not the way this game should be played. And that should have never happened. So, but having these doctors come on and talk to us made me feel more human with a doctor.
Yeah. And not just like a transaction.
Right. Dr. Tula, when he came to visit, he shared his experience, would sit and talk to us every day during until he could go back to work. Dr. Javid, they all are just beautiful doctors who were just becoming humans to us, not a number with, and like you said, here's physical, here's a test, here's treatment. It doesn't work for me. It has to right now, but
I'll tell you, I'm not sure about US and other countries, but in India we used to have a concept called family doctor, and whenever we fill a form or anything like that, we have that column. You need to write the name of the doctor and the phone number. But now it's vanished because of super specialty hospitals and a lot of things going around, and medical becomes a corporate culture. Now all the big companies, they want to invest in medical because there is too much amount of money and there is big margin. And and also when you have a medical company, you wanted to have an insurance company as well, because both the business runs together, and then you have more money, and then you do a lot of other stuff as well. But I still believe that if we can get back to that family doctor kind of a thing, then we can diagnose it very well, and then that doctor can run our, yearly diagnosis, things like that, and then that doctor can report to the super specialty hospital. Because still, I'll tell you, in the world, or maybe in US or in India, a lot of people are not able to connect to the hospital directly. They don't know how to go and how to reach out to that doctor who will do the surgery. So they have those small networks or mediators in between who will help them to reach out to them. But if we have a family doctor and the doctor is connected to everyone, I think that way we can solve the problem. In India, it's a big country. In a rural area, sometimes if someone is not well, he has to travel for like 50 or maybe 100 kilometers to see a good doctor, because the doctors are not available on all those regions.
Wow. What about, so one of the things that one of the doctors I work with, he travels to other countries to help teach them medical, swap information. He does this a lot with the poorer countries. India is not poor by any means, but but he would go and teach mobile, right? So you have an MRI and people can't come to the MRI. So you put the MRI in a mobile center, and then the MRI can travel from city to city to city.
No, that's possible. It's going on in India as well. It's going on in India. We are using a lot of mobile devices to diagnose and to do all the stuff. But the problem is that we are 1.3 billion. And those 1.3 billion are in a big country.
No, I get it.
And also, there's one more question. Okay, so I'm not sure about the density of doctors in terms of population in US, but in India, a lot of doctors, they see more than 100, 200 patients in a day.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
In one day.
Well, Ankit,
now you can imagine.
When you describe the
And a
family,
lot of doctors, and Jim, sorry to interrupt, but I'll tell you, a lot of doctors, they start their patients from around 9, 10 in the morning, and they see till 2 a.m. Can you believe it? Because a lot of patients and they can't say no. It's
Well,
not about business, but people are traveling from different parts of the world. I mean, they want to get it checked, and they want to see Jim, or they want to see Kim, or they want to see Ankit. So what will you do?
Yeah, it's all about that. But also the other problem is that we don't have enough professional medical doctors for the volume of people, and that's not just in India; it's in the U.S. as well. Because it's no longer profitable to invest your time and money into becoming a doctor.
well, it's a population problem.
Well, there's a population problem, but also we have made it unprofitable for people to invest their time and money in education to become a doctor. So majority of our doctors are now are people who are coming in from other countries to study because it's more profitable for them to come to our country and study. But our own people, they're leaving school with a $250,000 mortgage.
Sure.
Then before they start a practice, they have to invest in insurance, right? They have to have insurance before they have to pass a board. And I'm not saying they're making it easier for people from other countries. They're not. But what I'm saying is that we have discouraged the purpose to become a doctor.
I agree.
And before that, so for that reason, in about 10 years from now, you're going to see that we do not have enough doctors for the population. And they're going to blame it on population growth was too big. But that really wasn't the problem. There was a time when there were more people becoming doctors because it was worth it.
Yes.
All right. But now if a doctor becomes a doctor, he has to have insurance for being sued. If he says the wrong thing or accidentally does, if he intentionally was doing some bad things, that's one thing. But if he makes one small, just teeny tiny error he's going to get sued and lose everything. And end all his time in court. And right now they spend all of their time pushing insurance companies just to pay them. So it's not profitable to be a doctor. The reason why our and medical profession is dropping in volume per capita isn't because we're having more babies and growing faster. It's because we've not encouraged it.
Yes, you're right. And Ankit, you were talking about having a family doctor. When I was a boy, we had a family doctor, but that's not possible now. Mm-hmm. It is, the system has changed. And the insurance industry, and it's like a mega industry. It's taken over, and it's making the choices for us. As Kimberly often says, we're indentured servants. We have to go where the money is in order to get what we need. And so we play by their rules, not by ours.
So Jim, I have a question for you. Do you invest in stocks or do you invest anywhere?
Yes.
So what kind of return you expect if you invest some $100,000?
Well, I would personally, it certainly depends because right now the interest rates are very low. If you
I'm just talking about generally. I mean, because I will come back to the healthcare thing. I'm just trying to understand the mindset.
Well, my mindset is 8 to 10%.
Okay. Now go back to the thing. If you do a math, since the day you started insurance, paying for the premium, how much you have invested in the premiums?
Go ahead, Kimberly.
I'm sorry. I have to go.
Sure.
You guys keep going though. I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah. Repeat the question because I got distracted.
So Jim, how much money you have invested so far in your insurance? I will use investment because I will come back to the point why I've used that investment word. So how much money you have put in the insurance in your lifespan as of now?
Well, let's just take the figure you started for $100,000. And, the return that I would expect on that would be a fraction of what I expect in my investment portfolio. I will pay more premiums than I will take. And also the trick that they play on us, it's not a trick, but it's a financial sense for them, is to have a deductible and a high deductible. So if you go in for routine things, you're paying for it. And it's only if you exceed your deductible does the insurance start to pay for a fraction of what you're paying for. Yeah.
So why I'm asking you this, because a lot of people have paid more insurance and they have taken less from the company. That is one thing. And also, if you use that money and invest it in, suppose, Apple, how much will you get at this point of time?
Yes, there's no question. But the insurance company has to make money. So the insurance company is...
No. I'm not concerned about the insurance company's money. I'm concerned about my money.
Yes.
So suppose if I have invested or if I have given $100,000 to a company for more than 20 years, if I would be investing that money to a company in an equity share, it would be much bigger, and I can use that money in my healthcare facility whenever I want.
Yes,
that is what I'm trying to understand.
It's a slam dunk. Yeah, you're better off investing your money, paying yourself, than you are paying an insurance company.
And then so what we can do is, because the problem is that the government and everyone wants us to buy insurance at any point of time, because that is a regulation what we have. It's not compulsory in India, but still we have it because of the mindset. But what I am trying to understand is that if I keep a certain amount of money and invest in the equity, and whenever I want, I can bring that money and use for my healthcare. What do you think? I think I have much more bigger surplus or a package of money or a budget for my healthcare services if more than what I get it from insurance.
And if you were doing that as a young person, your health obligations were probably not going to be as great as when you're older. If you start this off young, you're probably not going to need medical expenses, and you start to build that equity, and then you have that equity continue to build, and it's a better investment to invest in yourself than it is in the insurance. And you keep doing that, then when you do have economic pressure in terms of medical expense, you have the money. You have the money to pay for it.
Yeah. That is what in India we work on a lot of corpus kind of a thing because of the marketing done by the investment company. Everyone wants to have a corpus, so they believe that at the age of 60 you should have this much amount of money. But I asked them that I can get this much amount of money by investing in different sectors and things like that. But what about the medical expenses? Because no one knows how much that would be. And no one knows, where will I get myself treated and things like that. So how will I get that money? Because insurance is a very costly affair. I mean, it's like the more older you are, you have to pay much more amount of money. And sometimes it's ridiculous. Because that's what Kim said, that she's paying around $2,000 a month or something. I don't know.
Yeah. No,
so I understand, because I know that the insurance company needs to earn a lot of things, but what they are doing is they are also investing your money in some company, getting some returns, and then they're passing it out. Yes. So we can do the same thing for ourselves. Why we are relying on someone else?
I agree. And also the same is true for life insurance.
Yeah.
When you're young, you can buy life insurance cheap. When you're my age, life insurance is expensive. And so
I think
better off myself than I am paying for the life insurance.
Life insurance is what life insurance covers your life, as well as there is a return on investment as well. But medical insurance is something different. And I wanted to work on a plan for everyone where, they will invite that money in equity through a plan, maybe a kind of a corpus or a fund. And that fund would be investment somewhere. And whenever they want, they'll get the money back.
Right. No, if they were financially fit, they would be able to manage that money well and grow it.
Yeah. And also, you know that suppose today you are in US and tomorrow you decide that I will move to India. Now you have to, because you are a US citizen, you have to manage two insurance.
Yeah.
And that's more costly.
Right. No.
So,
well, you got
I'm
me. You've rung the bell for me, Ankit. But actually,
so
that is exactly what I did. I did not pay for insurance, and I paid myself. I invested every paycheck. A portion of it was invested in equities, and I was lucky enough that the corporation I worked for paid a percentage of that. So I got only my money, but their money as well, and it built over time. And so I got to the position where if I had medical expenses or unforeseen expenses of any nature, I had the money to pay for it. And, you know, so it's a very personal decision, but I bet on myself. And I think most people, if they're financially fit, are better off betting on themselves.
Yeah. Unless you have a corporate insurance, that is okay. But if you are paying it individually, that is always a difficult part. And I can see there's a big difference in corporate insurance premium as compared to the individual premium. It's a big difference. I don't know why. I never understand why there's a big difference. But on the other hand, apart from insurance, people invest a lot of other places and a lot of other stuff. So I was attending one of the lectures at an MBA college in Mumbai. If you heard about the name Mumbai, it's one of the financial capital of India. And what that professor taught is that he never used to give a gift to her daughter. Instead of that, he asked her daughter, "What do you want?" So the daughter said, "Okay, I want a dairy milk, or I want a chocolate, or maybe I want to ride in this ride, or things like that." So what the doctor does is, the professor, he used to give 10% of that whatever the budget they have, 10% spent on that particular emotion, whatever she wants to do it right now, and 90% the professor invest in that company and give that girl a share.
Wow.
Okay. So over a period of time, in 18 years, that girl was a millionaire because she started investing at the age of 1. And the professor made her understand that we are investing in the company which you like. So suppose they invested in Disney. Suppose they invested in a toy company. They invested in something else. And after, once she grown up, she realized that she is she's having the shares of all those companies which that girl likes. And
he has a portfolio.
She always grew up. Yeah. And the dividend also, whatever the dividend comes in, the dividend also goes to the piggy bank.
And when you're young, you're not thinking about dividends, but invest in companies that give you dividends, because over the span of your lifetime, those regular dividends will start to accrue. And I always reinvested the dividends into the company, into the corporation. But I do have an answer for your question about why is the corporate insurance rate lower than the individual rate? Because the individual doesn't have any bargaining power. The corporations do.
I know.
Yes.
I know the answer. I'm working on a corporate insurance for my company. But there's a lot of things going around. It's difficult because everyone has a different requirements and things like that. And you know that bargaining also sometimes it's not easy, and you need to figure it out. But the problem is that they need a good amount of premium from you every year. That is what they're looking for. They're not concerned about what you want to do and what not you want to do.
No. Yeah.
And my concern is that whatever we are paying, and my concern is that whatever we are paying, we should get a claim settled as soon as possible.
Yes.
Because that is what everyone wants. I mean, that's why you are investing.
Yes. And when you start your own corporation or own foundation, you want board members. And a board member will not join unless you have directors and officers insurance. You know, they would be crazy to, because what if I do something ridiculous and someone sues my corporation or my foundation, you know, and my board members get sued? So they don't come on unless they got that protection. So that's a built-in expense for whenever I start a foundation. It's like, that's the first thing that I know that I'm gonna have to pay someone for the audit, somebody for the tax, or somebody for the lawyers, and some money for the directors insurance, directors and officers insurance. So these are fixed.
But I'm surprised that because of all these restrictions and all these scared, legal options, people are not doing the joint ventures and working globally unless they are big firms. Because I've been trying to do tie-ups around the world, but the problem arises is that who will bear the legal suits, who will bear the insurance, and what will happen if there is something happen between the companies. And that money is much more bigger than what we are working on, and that's why the venture never happened.
Yes, and this is a big hurdle that people have to get over when they think they have a good business idea and they want to operationalize it. They throw many hurdles in your way that you don't necessarily think of when you're thinking about your business venture. You're going to have to have state certification in the United States. You're going to have IRS certifications. You're going to have to pay for those. You're going to have to pay somebody to do it for you because they don't trust yourself to do that kind of stuff because it's easy. The forms to fill out, you want to make sure they're done right. So there's a lot of hurdles that before you even open your door or make your presence known online. You know, so
but I think we should have a global standard as well if someone wants to work on some country or something because there are a lot of legal formalities, a lot of stuff going around. I'll tell you a simple example. So whenever I service money from one of my clients outside India, it generally takes 7 to 10 working days.
Yes, I've experienced this because I have working relationships in China, and you know, it's the same thing. I can't do a bank transfer because the people on my end, you're transferring it where, and you know, so I have to use Western Union, which you know takes a little bit more. You know, I wish I could do a bank transfer; it'd be cheaper for me. But so these hurdles are artificial. There are red tape, is what we say in the United States, and it's like an unnecessary cost. If we were one world, one family, we would not have these costs.
Certainly, and I think that's why we are not. And that's why we are not coming up forward to do these kind of businesses at a small level. There are ventures happen at the big level. Whenever there are two countries meeting, they do $1 billion of ventures and things like that. But that is between a bigger company and a biggest company. But what about small scale industries? What about medium scale industries? No one talks about it. There is no venture. I can talk to you on my personal behalf and on my personal capacity. And if you say yes, then we'll do it. But then also in the back of my mind, or in the back of your mind, we will think that what will happen, who will bear the cost, what will happen to the insurance, what will happen if someone sues someone, and all those things. So I don't know. I mean, there is no leveler to it, and that's why both of us are losing business and losing the opportunity to do something good, and that also a waste of time as well sometimes.
I agree completely. If you're a big business, then you just put it down as a fixed expense line item on your budget, and you hire a staff to take care of all that stuff. You and I can't do that. You know, we're plowing our money into what we want to do, and we can't plow it also into the staff that we require to take care of all these things for us, because we don't want to think about those things. I don't want to think about filling out insurance forms. I don't want to think about filling out all the things I need to qualify for my state to recognize me as a business. You know, I don't want to be spending the cycles of my brain on that stuff. I want to be spending the cycles on my brain to make my ideas a reality. And
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Because we spend a lot of time filling those forms and things like that. And sometimes it's crazy. And I always feel that I have a lot of things to be done. I want to write a book. I want to do a lot of things. But I'm wasting my time doing all these forms because no one else can fill on my behalf.
Yes.
So I don't know what to do in that case. And that requires a lot of energy and a lot of time. And that is what kills you sometime.
And it takes your cycles away from what you want to do, what is rewarding for you. Because this busy work, this red tape, all of this stuff is energy draining. And the other stuff, the other work that you want to do rewards you with energy. You're happy. It makes you feel better. And this stuff pulls you down. So it's a very difficult balance. And the only solution that I see is the one that you preach constantly, is that if we are one world, one family, then we can get rid of a lot of this red tape. And I can work with someone in India without having to, and I could transfer through a bank transfer to you with no questions asked. They don't say, oh, I'm sending money to Uganda. Why? You know, it's obviously a scam. Well, no, I'm doing business with someone in Uganda. And I have to do I got to go through a lot of hoops to get that money to Uganda. Same with China. It's very difficult for me to get this because there's no trust.
Yeah, there's no trust here. And I think after the pandemic, we are also losing a lot of trust in different countries in between. That is what's happening globally. But I'm always interested in people to people contact, because if you have a good contact in different countries with people to people, that gives you a strong bonding, and that's what we have. I mean, we never met personally, but we have a good bonding
Yes,
because we are talking every day, and then we share a lot of good impressions, expressions, emotions, views, opinions, and then
yes,
we respect each other, and we respect the culture, we respect what we do, and
yes.
that is what it is all about.
I agree. And you're doing it on a daily basis. You know, like you were almost half joking when you said, this is a 21st century panel, because there were men, there were women, there were different skin tones, and it looked like the 21st century. And in chess, I often say this: the pawn is the basic unit of force in chess. The pawn is worth, we call it, sorry, there we go, one. It's worth one. So is
Yeah,
this pawn or this pawn? They're both equal to one. This pawn
yeah,
is not worth 3/5 of a one. This pawn is worth one. They are of equal value. They may be different colors, but they are the equal
completely.
value. So
Completely. And I'll tell
that's how
you
we
why
have
I
to
said
think.
21st century, because why I said 21st century, because I want to give some power to those females that you are here and you are talking intellectually and things like that from different parts of the world, and that is what IBM TV is all about, and that
Yes,
is what called 21st century, because we are talking about we have an old education, but I still believe that education is new, but adaptability is what we don't have. We are not
yes,
adapting to the new world. We are not
yes,
adapting to the digital era, and we are not adapting to the global standard. There is no standard. We talk
yes,
about a lot of things, ISO certification and blah blah things like that, but there is no standard.
yes.
It's always about rich, poor, middle class, upper class, and things like that, and that is what we are divided in between, and that is what we are favoring on.
I don't know if this is true in India. In the United States, though, we misunderstand Darwin. His adaptation of the species. And the term was survival of the fittest. And in the United States, we think survival of the fittest means the strongest. But survival of the fittest is the one that can adapt best to the new environment. And so the ones that adapt best to the 21st century new realities are the ones that are going to make it. Not the strongest, not the one with the biggest jaws, but the ones that adapt best. And we are right now not measuring up, we're not adapting. And we need to accelerate the adaptation speed. Just as technology is growing at an accelerated rate, it's getting faster and faster and faster, more and more technology. The human is not evolving at the same rate. The human species
Yeah.
needs to evolve faster.
Uh, I completely agree, and that is what I mean. I believe because see, you can always talk about yourself and talk about your experiences, and you can also, I mean, make yourself uncomfortable at point of time just to learn a lot of things.
Yes.
So I try to do that. I try to, I mean, I try to gain a lot of new experiences, and what I started doing is because I understand at an early age that global connections or globalization is something which is a key to grow and to adapt and to do business. I mean, so you need to go global. And
Yes.
when I was 22, I came to US to do my masters. But I also got an H-1B visa, so I was started working. But unfortunately, I came to US when there was a big depression, Great Depression, 2008, and at that time there were no jobs, and
No.
and I have experienced that United States. I don't know. I mean, is it what's going on? I don't understand, because whenever we go for an interview and things like that, they said they don't have money, they don't have budget, and all those things. And I was like, when I was in India, it was like a dream come true if you are in US and doing a job and things like that. And when I reached there, and it's certainly different. And you, Jim, I mean, I don't know whether I have to say this on the media live, but what happened is that people are very hypocrite in terms of jobs. I had to pretend like a 30-year-old guy when I was 22, and I have done a lot of things, degrees, because those the HR companies and those companies who recruit you, they make your profile that you are having 10 years of experience or 15 years of experience, and they sell you for $200 per hour, or maybe $500 per hour, and we just get around $50 or $100 per hour. And I was like, I don't know what kind of world I am. I mean, I was surprised, amazed, but I see a lot of people, everyone is doing the same thing because they have to earn their survival and bread and butter. And those companies who having our H-1B visa, they are the boss. Whatever they said us, we have to just follow that request and follow that path. And I was very surprised. I was mentally very exhausted. I don't know what to do. And then I started my masters. And but because I am from a business family, I always wanted to do business. So after a point of time, I was in US for 3 years, and then I come back to India and started the business.
Yes.
That was also unfortunate because I just visited my family for a wedding, and then because of that depression, they didn't allow me to come back to US, and they didn't extend the H-1B visa. And I am happily, started my business journey in India. But what I realized is that if you are in a search mode, and if you have a vision, you can do a lot of things. And that is what I'm always searching, and I'm always trying to learn, and I'm always having a vision that I have to reach somewhere. And if you have a vision, then you can create your own path.
Yes.
And you won't believe, I have started talking about doing a live show 2 years ago, and that was a technology show. I was talking to my wife that I want to do something in technology, and let's start working on it, but I don't know how to move forward. And then I started meeting people, talking to a lot of them, and then I found Nick, and then that's how the collaboration happened. I know Nick from past 2 years, and that's how we started IBM TV.
Yes.
And then I met Kim, and I met a lot of board of advisors, and we used to have a meeting every Friday for around an hour or so around the world with different board of advisors, and we were discussing what to do and what not to do. How
Yes.
actually we started IBM TV, and you know how it runs now.
Yeah, your story is very inspirational, and you know you had bad luck with the timing of coming to during what we call the Great Recession, 2008, and but you know there's a lot to like about the United States, but you know the worst characteristics of the United States come out in times of recession when people don't have jobs, and this is what we're seeing now with blaming immigrants, people coming in and stealing our jobs. Which is not the case at all. I mean, we don't have any immigrants taking over the auto factory workers' job. You know, they're being automated away. The automated AI and all these types of things, the machines are doing what humans used to do, and those jobs are no longer there. So, but we have to blame somebody, so we blame the foreign immigrant.
I know.
Yes.
I completely understand you. I completely understand that happens in all the countries. It's not about India. I'll tell you in India what's happening. So someone comes to Delhi because a lot of people who come to Delhi for work. So people who are living in Delhi, they always blame that why you are coming and working here.
Yes.
So it's a part of the same thing basically. Because we don't have standards. We don't have a standard around the world or around the countries where everyone will get some kind of job or something they can do sitting at their home.
Yes.
But now during this pandemic, we have a big movement where, I mean, if you ask me, maybe more than 10 million or maybe 20 million or maybe more than that, people have migrated from their work home to their native places because of the pandemic. And then they think that they will never come back and they will start something at their hometown. And government is trying to help them out. If you know Abhijit, he used to come on our show on Mondays. And they are working with government and planning that how we can create more skills, how they can produce a lot of foods and vegetables for themselves to work, and also create some kind of skills like solar scale or maybe create some kind of things at home and survive and gain a lot of money and things like that, sitting at home. So there's a lot of things going around, but it takes time.
This is the silver lining of the pandemic. It's forcing us to be more creative and to adapt to the new situations. And so some of these ideas would never have occurred to someone except for these conditions that we're in now. Because instead of clogging up 405 highway into LA with cars that can't go very fast, can't go very much forward, just inching across, exuding bad gases into the atmosphere, you know, now we stay home. And so it's better for the planet that we stay home. And it's better for people. The only thing that we're missing is the connection to people. you and I have this connection, but you miss the kind of casual conversations that you would just spur, happen on the spur of the moment. And these types of things, we're feeling the loss here in Silicon Valley because we just don't have that inspiration of the moment when talking to somebody, just having a cup of coffee together. And then you mutually build an idea in both of your heads at the same time. And this is difficult to do with long-range communication, but it's not impossible. But we have to adapt. We have to be able to talk like this, like you and I, one-on-one or in a small group, in order to have that same type of intimacy that we used to take for granted and that has been taken away from us now. We no longer have that intimacy when you're staying at home and doing your work. And to me, it was a spiritual challenge. How am I going to keep myself fit and keep myself connected? Because Yogi Kumar was talking a little bit about being here now, being here in the present. And I learned that from Ram Dass in the early 70s. And I said, I could be here now. But the thing that I have is a good forgetter. So I could not be here now and remember to be here now the next minute. So I had to be here now and remember. And now I've actually added another phrase. When I say this to myself, I say, be here now, remember, stay connected. Because I'm home and by myself in my office, and you are in a similar situation. But we are managing somehow to connect, half a world apart. But we are in the same world.
Completely agree. Completely agree. But also, while discussing all these things, I think apart from connection and things like that, we are also not able to utilize the resources at the fullest. You might be having a lot of things at your home, at your office, which you are not able to utilize, and that is also a missing factor sometimes. Because suppose you bought a book that you will read, A Dark Money, and you never get time. So maybe you are missing something, or maybe some phrase from that book which you can implement it today, but because of lack of time, you're not able to do it. And likewise, we have a lot of hardware and a lot of things like that which we are not able to. We just buy it. So why I'm telling you all this, because I attended a lot of events, conferences and things like that. So when we go to those conferences, I met a lot of people and discussed a lot of things, collected a lot of business cards and brochures and things like that, and put it in a bag. And then tomorrow I am busy with office.
Yeah.
And after a couple of weeks, I realized that, I went to that conference. Let me figure it out. Yes. But then you miss that there's the gap, and you just forgot what happened and what kind of discussion. You just have that card, and you will contact that person just because of the business card. But so that's what I mean. Anandmai and Mansi said that we need to take small breaks in between and try to understand what we are doing, and try to capitalize them before doing something else, because we are overworking, overutilizing our mind and doing a lot of things multiple times at a single point of time. And a lot of doctors in our whenever they come to IBM, they said that try to be multitasking, but try to focus one thing at a time, so that you can deliver it at best, and then move forward. And that goes with the food as well. So what people does is they open Netflix and they open news and they eat their food. That's what I do as well. But if you just focus on your food, you will have a good stomach, and then you can watch whatever you want to. But we are not giving much importance to our food. That is also, we are not giving much importance to a lot of things. And that's why we don't have a good lifestyle and we are not focused. And people who do that, who have a discipline, I think they are in much more good hands, or in a good state of mind as compared to us. And that's why meditation and these kind of therapies pick up like anything. There's a place in one of these states in India, Uttarakhand, and it's a mountainous state where it's all mountains and all kinds of religious and holy places. In that place, there is one temple which is like a scissor. So you can see a scissor shape. The temple is placed just on the edge of the scissor, because the roads are like scissor. And that temple, Mark Zuckerberg, Steve Jobs, and all those top Silicon Valley companies, those founders used to visit that temple every year.
No kidding. I did not know that.
every year. Yeah, and that is known as Kachi Dham. And why they do it? Because what I understand is that it's a peaceful place. There are no urban population, nothing like that. It's a temple. You have to live there and be. It's kind of a meditation place, and that they believe in that person who started creating the temple. He's no more, but his statue is there, and there are a lot of followers are there, and they used to visit there. And it started with Steve Jobs. So Steve Jobs was in India, and he was, I think, for a couple of years he was there. I don't know what he was doing, but meditation was one of the things. And then he started built Apple,
Yes.
and that is I'm talking about way I think in 80s or what, I don't know the exact year, but that happened at that point of time. And after Steve Jobs passed away, in that time that temple got very popular, and that now a lot of Americans visit the temple.
Yeah, and you know, my spiritual advisor taught me something very similar, so that you didn't have to travel to India to experience this. If you build a sacred space in your home, and she has candles, she has lots of crystals and various objects that remind her of sacred things. And so she has built this sacred space where she does her meditation. And so she invited me to try it. I tried it, and it worked for me too. And so you have a sacred space, and you can get in touch with every life form everywhere. And it's an amazing feeling when you can get it. Now, I cannot maintain it. I cannot keep it, but I do have it. I do have felt it, and it is inspirational, and it guides me to do the next right thing that I want to focus on. Who knows what it should be, but if I am in touch, if I've done my meditation, I've done my spiritual practices, the next right thing for me to focus on is intuitively obvious. And if I do not do that, then the next right thing I might focus on might not be the right thing at all. But I would remind you that what you're talking about, and that is focus on your book. When you focus on your book, focus on just the next right thing that you want to write, and write that. And don't worry about making it perfect, because it's just the first draft. And just get it down out of your head onto paper, focus on that, concentrate on that, and just do that one thing and focus on it. And then when you're done, walk away, focus on something else, and then come back to it.
No, I completely agree, and I appreciate your suggestion. The problem is that I have been overworking since a while, and
Yes.
there's a lot of work which is going on. That's why I didn't get time to focus on book.
Yes.
It's a problem.
Yes, I agree.
Because if I stop doing the work what I'm doing, it will hamper something or the other. So that is what I'm just waiting for the right time when I can go and write that book, because there are a lot of things going around, and
Yes.
India is little different from what America is. We have a lot of additional work which you might not have on your day-to-day life, and that's why we are a little different. So we live in a big family. There are a lot of things going around. We have to take care of a lot of things, and apart from that, you have to work and you have to spend a lot of time with. And also, I run my own company, so I have employees working with me. I have to talk to them as well. I have to talk to clients. I have to do IBM TV, and I have to do a lot of other things. So you don't have that good frame of mind when you want to write that book.
I understand. And you have to also focus on taking care of yourself. If you have all of that going around you, there is chaos unless you are taking yourself, and then you can find order in everything that is going around you. If you take care of yourself, if you eat right, if you get your sleep, and you spend some time in meditation, then you will be empowered to manage all of the things that are all the balls in the air that you're juggling. You'll be able to do it.
But I'll tell you what I realized over a period of 10-15 years, that if I'm sleeping suppose 5 hours a day on a busy day, but when I don't have that much amount of time or work, or when I'm on vacations, I sleep 10 hours a day. So somehow I'm balancing my sleep. I don't know is it possible or not, but somehow I believe that I'm balancing my sleep. Or maybe if I'm sleeping less, or in a month of May, I can cope up in a month of June. And that sometimes happens. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, because that sleep is for that day, that
Yes.
energy is for that day. But
Yes.
I don't know. I feel that I can manage my. So if you want me to talk to you for next 24 hours, I can do that. But after 24 hours, I need a break, and then I can get back to my work. and I can sometimes, if I sleep 2 hours, I'm still fresh, and if I sleep for 10 hours, I'm still not fresh. So it's a mindset. Maybe I'm not sure how we should take it, or what kind of therapy is that, but that's what I believe.
Yes, but you know, whatever you're doing, Ankit, you're vibrating on a very high level right now. So whatever you're doing is working. And I don't think in terms of right and wrong. I'm trying not to. Yogi Kumar taught me today, you know, not to think in positive or negative, but in high vibrations and low vibrations. And you're vibrating on a high level, and your vibrations come across. So you could say you're emitting a positive energy, but you know, I think of it now as a high vibration. And so whatever you're doing with your sleep, it's working. So keep doing what is working. And and if it's not working, it'll be obvious. The universe will give you feedback.
No, obviously, and you know, you realize yourself that if something is not working, you need to change it.
Yes.
So suppose if you're not eating well today, so tomorrow you will think that I didn't had a good time, and then I have to change something. So that is a mindset which we need to follow.
Yes.
And that's what I try to do. I mean, whenever I feel so what happens is that I mean, whatever positivity you have, or whatever good things you think, sometimes there is a low day when you are not positive and you are feeling little low, and you need to just talk, and you need to just pass the time and sleep well and things like that, and just hope that tomorrow is a good day. That's what I believe. Yeah, sometimes there's a lot of low days. I mean, where you plan a lot of things and something is not favoring you or not working for you, but you have to pass the time. You have to take it as a day, and then just wait for a next day which is as beautiful as was yesterday. And that's how I take it, and that is what. But I am afraid of. I mean, when there's a lot of negativity around, and people, I mean, just try to do it intentionally, and it's difficult to get over it, basically.
Yes.
So that is what I am afraid of.
That is why our whole country is on fire right now in the United States, because we are focusing on the negative. We're operating out of fear and blame and denial, and these are low vibrations. And our whole country is affected by it. Even if you are taking care of yourself, you cannot be unaffected by what's going around you. And you know, so it's a very challenging time for us right now in the United States. And then we have the pandemic on top of it. But it is you know, playing to our worst character traits, and they are emerging now, and it's no easy answer, except for if everyone takes care of themselves and feels safe and secure, is that little child that's getting hugged, you know, then we will stop blaming others, and we will stop pointing the fingers, and we will stop hating, and we will start loving. And this is the thing that we will find unity, and we will once again be United States. And we are hoping for that day. And I have a guarded hope that this pandemic is giving us a way to do this. We will find that the hate and the blame doesn't work, you know, and that we will find another way that works better for us. And that means that we do not isolate in our society. We do not just stay America first. We stay as a global citizen, not a US citizen, not a San Franciscan, not a Californian, but a global citizen. And that is what I believe will help with all these red tape obstacles that our businesses face. You know, if we think globally rather than individually, and our countries, you know, what are countries? They're just artificial borders that have been, you know, you can walk, and I used to walk through my backyard. I was in Massachusetts when I started, and I kept walking my dog straight north. I was in Vermont, but I didn't know. There was no boundary. There was, you know, and there were no signs in the woods saying you're now in Vermont. You know, so I'm in the same place, actually. Whether they call it Vermont or they call it Massachusetts, it matters not to my dog. So this is a simple thing. We just have to forget the way we've been trained, and remember the way we were. Remember the way we were supposed to be.
Certainly, and also I believe that I mean, you create a lot of perception or a lot of dreams if you are not have been to that country, and you think like that something will happen in that country and things like that. once you land there, or once you realize that you are in that country, things have been changed, because they are also like you. They're not aliens.
Yes.
They are also like you.
Yes.
It's just that we have a different perception. So if you go to Japan, you think that okay, Japanese do this and all those things. But once you land there, you have a different world altogether, and they are also like you. It's just a different language and just a different food. That's it.
Yes.
And that is what we are not able to understand. And also, we are very much connected to our own world. We think that India or US, this is the world. There is no world apart from this. But there are a lot of people living in these countries. We have 200 countries or so in the world, and everyone has a different culture. And by the God's grace, or I'm fortunate because of IBM, I have been talking to people in different countries, and everyone talks the same thing. They have a positive connection. They are talking like this, and they are interested to do good things for the world, and they wanted to know what's going on in India, what's going on in US, what's going on in Europe, and things like that. And I was like, it's not like India. It's a world people, and we are talking on the same language, on the same platform. They also studied mathematics. 1+1 is 2, and everything is similar.
Yes. Yes.
But it's just a gap, and we are not able to fill that gap. We're not able to fill that gap.
Well, my foundation is based on Chess Without Borders, because it's one game. It's a universal language. Everybody, whether you're in India, whether you're in Africa, whether you're anywhere, you're playing the same game by the same rules. And so Chess Without Borders. And the other tagline I use for my elevator pitches is, it's building communities through chess. And so when you're not connected to the chess community, because there is a chess community out there, but there are many people playing chess that are not connected. And so my mission is to connect them so that they're one chess world, one chess family. And so that is just my passion, because that was me. Chess is my passion. But you can extend this to anything, whatever you're interested in, whatever your business is. Think about your business without borders. Think of your business as building communities where communities may not exist. And because when we feel it as though we're one community, the community takes care of itself. It's not that it community will take ourselves. That's why.
No, I completely understand. I mean, and I think as a human being, we have created a lot of barriers and hurdles, and we are the one who are doing it, and we are the one who are suffering. So we need to overcome it and try to see what we can do.
Yes. Man. I didn't see you doing it. I see you as something.
Are you there, Jim?
I love that.
Am I losing you? Hello? Jim, are you there? I think we have some technical difficulties. I'll wait for Jim. In the meantime, I'll try to see if there's a problem at my end, because there's a lot of bandwidth issue going around since a couple of days, and today looks like a bad day. I will try to see what I can do. Jim, are you there? I'm trying to get Jim on board. In the meantime, I'll just look for what happened with Dr. Yu's show last time.
Can you hear me now?
I think they were a bandwidth issue. Yeah, I lost you in between, so I was like trying to
logged
see
off. Yeah, I had to log off and log back on. There's something about Menlo Park, California, right after 10. I think the volume goes up, and so it hits me right
Maybe
about this
because
time.
everyone started working during that time.
Yes, I think so. The volume, the internet volume, the bandwidth is not it because there's so many people using it nowadays that we're having a little glitch.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. So we were discussing something, and then I lost you in between.
Yes, I apologize, but I'm back now. I hope.
That's all right. So we were discussing about life and experiences and how what's going on in the different world and why we are still not connected. I mean, we are in a digital era and we are still not connected.
Right.
If I ask someone name 100 countries, no one knows. I mean, everyone knows the top 20, top 50 countries, but we don't know what's happening in the other side of the world. We are talking about space, we are talking about astronauts, we are talking about different things, God, and all those things, but we don't know about human beings living in the world, in the same world.
And it's so funny.
And that's
yeah. All of the distinctions between us are artificial. They're not natural, you know, because we all came from the same roots. And, you know, we spread out to different parts of the globe. So what? We have much more in common. If we focus on the differences, we can find them. But if we focus on the similarities, we can find them too. And it's much more productive to focus on the similarities. At least that's my experience.
No, I completely understand. And that is what I believe. I'll tell you what happened in India. We have a lot of religious places. Okay.
Yeah.
If you ask me how many temples we have, I don't have a number. Millions of temples.
Right.
But if I talk about some temples, so the devotees who visit those temples, they are more than 2 to 5 million every day.
Yes.
Every day they visit those temples. They have free food, and some of the temples are at the top highest peak, and people walk down to reach there, pray, and then come back. And those are at different weather conditions. Some are at if you heard about Himalayas, so there's a place called Mansarovar. We have a temple there, which is right on the edge of China and India border. But to visit the temple, the group of people have to go to China. So we count the people, we hand over the passport to the Chinese official, and they allow us to move towards the temple, and then they pray, and then they come back. Likewise, we have one temple which is also at the similar peak on the other side of the Himalayas, and that is called Amarnath, where we believe that one of our god is still there, and at the highest peak, because you need at least 2 to 3 days to reach there.
Yes.
While walking or by horse. Maybe you can use a helicopter as well, but that helicopter will also take you at certain level of point, and then you have to walk around.
Yes.
And Jim, you will be amazed that temple creates an automatically shivling. A shivling is a kind of a god which we have in India, which we know as Shiva. So they have some kind of a sculpture which is oval and a long shape. I'll show you some pictures. And that is automatically created there because of the snow. And the best part is that you will find 2 pigeons at the highest peak on that mountain.
2 pigeons.
2 pigeons, and that you won't. I mean, you can't realize that pigeons can be at such a highest peak and in such a cold weather conditions.
Yeah.
And whenever someone visits, they find those 2 pigeons. So likewise, we have a lot of mythological stories in India, and we still believe in that. We have lots and lots of mythological serials and stories and book, which is real time, and that's what we believe.
Yes.
And that's why we believe in God, we believe in positivity, and we also believe in superstitions. Because whatever happened earlier, a lot of people are superstitious that something will happen, so they don't take it as superstition; they take it as a lifestyle. So like this. So this is one of the yoga asanas. But why we started doing this? Because we are greeting a god, we are greeting our seniors, and we are closing our hands, and you are creating a kind of an emotion where we are closing your hands. And also, if you follow yoga, which you can do it online, there is a yoga asana which says you have to clap like this. with
Yes.
open fingers, and that creates a lot of vibes in your
Yes.
body with
Or-
nerves stretching up, and you feel good.
Or the rubbing the hands.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
like this. So there are a lot of small things which we do. I'll tell you one more instance. A lot of devotees who devoted their life for God and they do meditation and things like that. They used to take a bath in a holy river at 4:30 in the morning. Okay, and then they have a water and then they just do this like this. They just take a water and then they again pour that water in the river. And why they do this? Because if you do like this, and if water is in your hands, and if sun rays will reflect in that water, and that will go to your eyes, and that your eyes will become more pure. It clarify your eyes, because
Yes.
direct sun rays you can't take it,
No.
but with reflection you can take it.
Reflection. Yes.
So there are a lot of small things which we have learned from day one.
Yeah.
We wanted to implement it. Some of them we are doing it, but some of them we are not able to do it.
Yes.
We used to sit down to the earth and eat our dinner.
Yes.
There are still a lot of restaurants. If you visit India, I'll take you, and you have to sit down literally on the earth, and then you have to eat.
Yes. Yes. Well, this is a very spiritual connection that you're talking about. And in the United States, we would have to ask you, how do you make money at that?
Yeah, it's all about the money. It's all about the money.
So, on that, Lynn, I saw Lynn. I had to make a joke. Sorry, Lynn.
That was a good timing.
Good morning. Good morning, Jim and Ankit.
Good
So-
morning.
Good morning. How are you?
So Jim, you probably have noticed that Ankit has a similar personality. He's got the same kind of sense of humor, probably indicative of the fact that we're sort of birthday buddies.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're moving away from that, Ankit. We're moving into the next year, aren't we?
I know.
Yes.
6 days away, moving forward.
But we can
Moving
catch up those
forward.
birthday parties over a lot of good coffee or a lot of good talks. I mean, we can cover up that birthday parties.
Yeah. So I had a great conversation yesterday with Jim, and if you haven't done a one-on-one with Jim to find out about his background, it's really interesting. Very, very interesting background, how he got to where he is today. So it's fascinating. I'm glad that we've
I
become.
would love to do that. I
Yeah.
would love to know that.
Yeah, you should. And you and I.
The problem is that I generally don't ask people what they do and what kind of personal life they have, because sometimes people get offended and they have a different mindset. So if someone wants to share on their own, that would be great, because I don't like to interfere, or I don't want to ask those questions. I'll tell you why. Because something happened in India. I mean, if you ask personal questions, they feel offended. And also, I don't like to do it because there's a lack of comfortness as well. So it's upon the person if they're ready to share it. Suppose if you ask something to me, I will definitely tell you. But if you are in a very intense conversation, I maybe pour out everything, whatever I have or I have experienced till now. It's just a matter of good conversation.
Well, I understand that concept. So just so we're clear here, you can ask Jim anything you want to. Just don't ask me.
Yeah. And if you ask me to talk about myself, how much time do you have?
So here in the United States, we talk about 2 ears and 1 mouth, right? And God gave them to us so that we would spend more time listening. But when you ask somebody a question, what do they want to talk about most?
They'll talk about
Themselves, right? So people find that to be the most interesting subject that they've ever heard, just listening to themselves talk. So why not, ask a couple of questions and then just sort of sit back and let them talk. Jim, where did you go to college? So I happen to know the answer to that question. But
So I think I believe Vince, you had a good time. You had a good time last call with Jim, and you were a good listener because Jim was the one who was holding the conversation.
I could tell even over the phone he was going like this.
no, we did a Zoom so we could see each other. I have an interesting story about the University of Massachusetts. Okay.
Yeah.
Close friends of my parents. Actually, their son was the cinema critic for years and years for Time magazine, and sadly died about. He and I were the same age, which Jim knows I'm about 50, right? So anyway,
but you just had a birthday, so
right. So now I'm 51, right? So Uncle Paul, we always called him Uncle Paul. Went to the University of Massachusetts, and Dick and I grew up together. In fact, he used to take me. I remember him taking me to a theater which was very run down here in Philadelphia, and has recently reopened, been renovated. We heard Lenny Bruce. Boy, that's years ago, right?
Yeah.
And Ankit probably doesn't even know who Lenny Bruce was, but anyway,
that's a generational thing.
Yeah. So Uncle Paul went to UMass in the 1930s, and he had a job. Okay, his job was to take Rolls Royces that were imported into the United States and drive them and put somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 miles on the Rolls Royce. Okay. So here he is, a freshman or sophomore, and he did it through the balance of his time at UMass. And in those days, what they did when they brought in a Rolls Royce is they would have people drive it. They would then disassemble it. They would clean all the parts, make sure everything was working perfectly, and they would put it back together again. And then they would deliver it to the buyer. Okay. So for at least 3 of Uncle Paul's 4 years at UMass, and maybe all 4, basically he drove Rolls Royces while he was in college. I mean, can you imagine, Jim, you spending your time in the 70s driving a Rolls Royce to and from school and to your classes and stuff like that?
Toyota Corolla for me.
Well, I had a Volkswagen Beetle.
There you go. Yeah, perfect.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So that was when I first learned how to drive a stick shift on the floor, and I loved that. It was,
and it's one of the popular cars. It's still one of the popular cars in India as well.
Oh, is it? But
yeah,
which one? The new version of
the new one, because the old one was there when we have a lot of kingdom thing. So if you are aware about the kingdoms in India, a lot of people still have those Royals and all those big cars in a museum.
Oh, really? Wow.
Really, and they have cars more than 100 years old as well.
Huh. Interesting. So, but
you have to visit India.
They still have some of the old Volkswagens.
Yeah.
So tell me about back in let's say the time period when Jim and I grew up, and Jim really grew up a lot later than I did. But so go back to the 1950s and the early and the 1960s. Did India import a lot of vehicles that were produced here in the United States back in, or did you? Because I know you have a couple of auto manufacturers there. I'm trying to remember that. One starts with a
Fiat, we have Ambassadors, and we have Fiat, and we have Maruti. But I'll tell you what happened is that in 1950s we don't have that much of car, but a lot of car got imported in India from different parts of the world, and USA is one of them. And we have a lot of royal soldiers at that point of time because a lot of kings, a lot of people who have kingdom, they were still there and they have a lot of money. So they used to have the first lot of car in India, and
Okay.
they still keep that car. They still drive that car. They try to maintain that car, and it's a discipline for them. So that is what we have. Yeah.
That's interesting. And now they're in the museums.
Northern museums. Yeah.
Museums. Okay.
That's where I'm headed, Glenn.
Vintage cars. So we call them a vintage car, and we have a lot of vintage car rallies around India and different cities at a good in a good weather. So people drive their vintage cars, they buy it and all those things. But officially, we are not ready to drive those 20 years old cars because of the pollution and all those things. So we
Right.
just keep it for some point of time and things like that.
Right. Sure. You'd have to retrofit them to keep them from polluting, which is understandable. Boy, some of those cars back in the day, people loved the 55 and 56 Chevys.
Oh my goodness, yes.
I mean, they were.
You fell in love with them.
You did. They
But
were.
then,
What?
but then I tell you, if you we have a channel called History Channel, and there are 2 shows about American cars.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I forgot the name of those shows, and both of them are from LA. The shows.
Oh, really? The show's from LA. Interesting.
Yeah, and they do a lot of modification and lot of engine change and things. You must be aware about those people. I'm not able to find the name, but amazing car work they do.
I'm not particularly, never have been a car person. And not only, I mean, my wife looks at the car and she sort of bows her head down and she said, "Would you please take that thing and get it washed?" Here comes Dr. Yu. Anyway.
Dr. Yu's kitchen. We got to change Saturdays.
But Dr. Yu's too young to remember. But back in the day, we had the 442s and the Pontiac GTOs, and the Chevy.
Impala.
It was, well, no, the Impala was sort of the big thing that you expected your grandmother to drive or your parents to drive. But it was the Super Sport. I think it was called SS. The one that I had, and I wish I had never sold. I bought the first year Plymouth Barracuda, which, if I still owned it today, it was a 4 on the floor with what they called the Hearst shifter, which was the original one of the famous floor shifters that changed the way things were. And actually, they were from about a mile away from where I live now. So Hearst and Campbell.
What year was that? Like 1960?
Well, no, I bought my Dr. Yu. I bought my first car back around 1928, I think.
The horseless carriage.
It's right after the Model T. Yeah.
No, that was a 1968 Barracuda. That thing today, if I
I was right on. Yeah, 60s.
Yeah, that thing.
That's a year.
Go ahead.
A year before I was born. So.
Oh, there you go.
I'll throw it in our faces.
Yeah.
Did you guys see Ford versus Ferrari?
Yes.
I never saw
See that movie? Wasn't it great?
Amazing.
Glenn is not a movie guy.
I'm not a. Yeah,
Amazing.
I found that out yesterday.
It's when the Ford GTO beat the Ferrari.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Great
the
movie.
GTO was actually a Pontiac, but Ford had their own car. So
yeah.
Oh, was Dr. Yu offended by me? I hope not.
Don't take it personally when I drop out.
So the Barracuda, I've seen a price on the Barracuda that was close to $100,000. I mean, just think of that. Probably mine wouldn't have been worth it because we could barely. That's Jim. When we were moving to Pittsburgh, we bought the car, and I said, "Well, we can afford this, but we can't afford that." So I didn't put air conditioning in it. What a mistake!
Yeah,
I should have done, but that's okay. You know,
Len, I had to tell you that when I was on the show earlier this morning, I took the lens wipers from the Family Dollar store, and I kept cleaning my glasses, but I realized that actually it was my eyes that were all blurry. I've got to get up earlier to make this show.
So are you playing chess with Sasha today? Is today Sasha's chess?
Sasha's days, but I don't think I have the stamina for it. He's got a different guy going with him today, but it's really exciting, and I think we should do a build up for it because Sasha has come up with a brilliant idea. Hey,
Kimberly.
I'm back. I'm beamed back in, and right at the right moment, Dr. Yu. Oh, right, peanut. I eat that every day.
Oh, organic peanut butter.
That is my sustainability. So, but to talk about Sasha's tournament, it's so unique. Nothing else like it in the world, and you have an opportunity to earn some money or win some money, or earn money, cash prizes. It's free to play. You go to register at chessstars.com and you get your crowns. And what you do is you guess the next grandmaster's move. But Sasha's show starts a little early today. It's been posted wrong on the website. It starts at 2:30. You can dial in and watch the show at 2:30 and learn how to play the game. The game starts at 3. But what's really cool about his game is that once you're registered in and you're into the game, he's going to give you some suggestions. Like, he's not going to just leave you hanging there, especially for those of us who are not even close to being good chess players like Jim.
I love you anyway.
Well, just not there yet. So I haven't read the book yet, but for those of you who stress out over it, there is this CBD patch with lidocaine that Jim highly recommends that you use and put on your brain. You can get them.
You put it on your arm, just in case the movement of the chess pieces,
or your wrist for the carpal tunnel syndrome.
That's right.
Moving pieces all around.
Get them cost effectively at the Family Dollar store online, which you can go to ibm.tv and hit that big green button, right?
Yeah.
And we make it really easy for you. Go to ibm.tv, hit the big green button, and it takes you to the Family Dollar store. And why the Family Dollar store? Because they are all about the financial fitness skills that we highly recommend. Because in my journey of trying to close the gap between poverty and sustainability, which is financial literacy or fitness, I learned that it's not all about making the money. It's all about how you manage it, right? How you spend it, how you save it, how you invest it. And at the end of the day, make sure you pay your taxes and donate. And eat peanut butter every day.
Yes. Dr. Yu is walking the talk.
My mom told me that. She said, if you eat peanut butter, a glass of milk, and eat an orange every day or an apple, you will maintain healthiness.
Yeah.
It won't be your but she said that to me. She said, no matter how, if you can just manage to get a jar of peanut butter and eat just those 3 things, the glass of milk with it, she had highly influenced milk, and that there you go.
How did your mother get so much wisdom?
She grew up very poor.
She taught herself.
Right. She taught herself all of this. And the best manager of money I ever saw. She didn't make any money, but she certainly managed it. And for 5 kids. And so she made sure no matter what, we all had decent clothing, a roof over our head. There are times we didn't have electricity. And there were times that we didn't have food. She would go out and figure it out. And so we never starved, and we were always clothed, and we always had a roof over our head. So,
you did a good job.
Yeah, you learn, right? And you appreciate. But what that carried me forward to is thinking about my money. And there for a while, when I first got the money, I really didn't know what to do with it. Nobody taught me about investing, right? I didn't know about stocks and bonds and retirement. Hell, I was happy to survive.
They didn't teach you that in elementary school?
So So when I met Nick Palaveda in my journey in life, and he said, I want to teach people financial literacy, the things I learned and know, because he's, he's very successful at it.
Yep.
And help close that gap. I'm like, I want to work with you because these are things that I had to struggle, fight, and learn. I kind of misused my money when I first got it, not knowing I was misusing it. I thought I was doing the right things with it. But I look back and I go, wow, if I'd had this education, just this little bit, I would have done so much more with that money. But I'm not going to have any regrets because I did what I knew how to do, right? But that's the key is, can you learn more to do better? And one of the cool things that is starting, I think Jim is part of it, and one of our directors has already started it, is a class with Sasha. Jim's part of it because he does investing. Is a class, though, where we learn how to trade stocks. And my one of our directors has actually already been taking this a little bit and loves it. He's like, I have learned so much. And just but because I think with people like us, it's not just a book. We're actually doing a hands-on and talking, just like Jim does with his chess fitness, which is every Tuesday.
Tuesday.
That's right, chess fitness. Well, make sure you wear a patch.
Wait a minute. Here's the lidocaine patch.
From the Family Dollar store. And let's just take a real quick look at what's going on out there. So while Dr. Yu is eating his delicious peanut butter in front of me while I starve. One of the things I love about the Family Dollar store isn't just their passion for financial literacy and the fact that they have so much passion for it that they're donating to Money Masters, to our financial literacy program, is the fact that they understand the needs of people. And they understood the need that during this crisis that we needed more masks. And anyone who has been dealing in the PPE equipment, which that's considered, this might not be PPE official, but this is what they call a medical mask. It's green on one side and white on the other. And if you watch our Dr. Saggu or Dr. Tula shows, you'll understand what each color means and why you would wear it a different way. But they went out and stocked up on this so that we could buy it affordably. And any of us who have dealt in the wholesale market of these, this is very cost effective. Oh my God, I could not believe this. I might just go stock up on this and resell. And if you go out and buy a mask in the store where they have them hanging with one little bag, right? One little bag, you're going to pay $5 for one. Right. And I almost flipped out. I go, $5 for one little bag of a mask. And here you've got 50 for 25. That's 50 cents a mask, people. And I think this is the identical box that they're using at my doctor's office when I walk in and I wash my hands and they tell me to get a mask and I get it out of the box. And then I sign in. And then I wait for them to come get me. I wait outside. We no longer sit in the waiting room. Well, they've rearranged the waiting room so they have one chair per little section. So they are trying to make it so that the people, and they're reducing how many people come in. But used to, I would come there. There was a line going out the door. Every seat, there are 100 seats in there, and every seat taken. They got 3 TV sets and a coffee maker, and all these wonderful amenities while you sit and wait for your doctor. And now it's generally you wait in your car. They need to get a pager system because they keep telling me, well, we were calling you. And I go, well, my phone doesn't ring. I forgot to turn it on. And because I always turn it off when I go to the doctor's. It's habit. It's such a bad habit of mine. But as soon as I walk in to do my sign in, I turn my phone off just out of courtesy. So they were trying to call me. They couldn't get a hold of me. Here I had already signed in. So they need to get one of those restaurant pagers, and so they can call the people back to the doctors. But anyway, look at these great masks. The Family Dollar store, they see the needs of the people. The other thing I like about them, can y'all see it?
No,
not yet.
Not yet.
Well, sorry about that. Because
you forgot to click on the phone.
Right, my computer's backwards. So hold on just a second. Here we go.
And in the meantime, I got a feedback from one of our viewers, and they have seen Dr. Yu for the first time eating something because he's always drinking.
Yeah, he's always drinking coffee, right? His famous coffee, of which I got to send Lynn
Yeah.
the video and
And
recipe.
now Dr. Yu is ready to eat, so it's a surprise for all the viewers because they think that he always drinks coffee, and that is how he lives.
Right. Well, and it's great to
Dr. Yu,
see.
we can't hear you. You need to fix the audio. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
So anyway, if y'all look, here's the surgical masks, and they're 50 for $25. If you purchase something $25, it's free shipping. So there you go. And if you got a big family, or if you're going to have a gathering, and some people have a low immune system, it's highly recommended that people wear masks. We're all trying to get together because this is our natural way of living. Stock up on masks and have them available at the front door with a bottle of hand gel. And I'm making my own hand gel now because I've finally found a bottle of aloe, and you can mix it with alcohol. But to find hand gel sometimes is a little difficult. I don't know if they have hand gel on the Family Dollar store, but
I haven't seen the hand gel. I know we have baby wipes, which are basic sanitizers, so you can use those. We have some sanitizing stuff.
Okay, you got a fish tank. So anyway, but the thing is they got about 4,000 items out here. A lot of them are your name brands, which just is just amazing to me. Name brand at the dollar store, but you got Johnson & Johnson. You've got, and I think I've been shopping because I'm at the very bottom of the page here. I know you guys have got hundreds of baby stuff.
Right, lots of baby stuff. Yep. Lots of cleaning stuff. I mean, think about your hands.
There you go.
Dove soap. There you go.
Yeah.
Fisher Price, Johnson's. It's
Sesame Street. Oh my God, I could not believe I'm really, Sesame Street. So I mean, but think about this, and even Jim has become an avid fan and shopper. He's bought teeth whiteners, tooth products, dental products.
Yes.
There are Tylenol. You can get your aspirins and whatever you need. They got aspirins. Okay. So just 4,000 products.
When I got to know Lynn a little bit better, he started carrying more baby products, and I was wondering, was that coincidence? Or he just got to know me, and all of a sudden these baby products. It was like,
well, what? But
I think it's just coincidence, Jim.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But the thing is that whatever you would normally generally buy at the Family Dollar store, with the exceptions of the perishable products, like my favorite, which I go up there to get these.
Oh,
Which I had to do because they quit carrying them at the grocery store. And they have them. In fact, you know what they told me, Lynn? Oh my God, this is so funny. They go, look, instead of coming in here and buying these, like, just order a case and we'll have them for you. So the dollar stores offered to buy these in the caseloads for me. I thought that was funny. But anyway, check it out. The beautiful Caress and Dove soaps. Dove definitely suds up more than any of them. So for this COVID crisis, we definitely want to consider that. The doctors say, wash with soap. Well, Dove is the probably the favorite of a lot of people. Caress is actually there's Johnson's baby soap.
Yep.
And Dove, again, Dove is just a popular. Irish Spring has always been my favorite.
Yeah.
But
lie for me.
we put them in the drawers to keep the clothes in the drawers smelling better.
That's what I do. I know. We talked about that yesterday, and we're like, oh my gosh, so because they get a little bit harder, they're not as soft if you let them sit out open for a while, and then they don't fade away. That was another trick my mom taught me. If you harden the soap, it doesn't melt away faster when you wash. So all of these little tips you can learn and do, but CBD supplements, they are one of few companies who can actually ship CBD and take payments for CBD and deliver.
Fact.
Yes. and Jim is a testimony of that.
Yes.
What's great about patches is you can get that direct line of treatment to where the pain is. I've got chronic, just like many people, chronic disease, and having that direct line of treatment is really nice. Sometimes it just kind of cuts the edge where the pain is.
I think we're going to sell a very special product, Kimberly, and I'm going to work on this. It's going to be replacement chest pieces with, and it's a package with a lidocaine pack.
Kits now, cool. We got chess kits. I hope Sasha is listening to this. No, I agree, because if I play back, my favorite chess game of all times is Nick Palaveda playing John Fanning. You're going to see sometimes those missing chess pieces.
The ending was the climax of that story. Yeah.
I have to ask. I saw that video. Was that video? That video had to be sped up. I mean, it couldn't have been played back.
No, that's real speed chess. That's I didn't touch it.
Speed chess.
That's what we call speed chess or blitz chess.
Blitz. Yep.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why. And I was so infuriated. We had 3 cameras, a full film crew, and not one person filming it. And I just so I stepped in after they had just started. So I'm like, this is insane. And fortunately I recorded it. Right.
Wow.
And, and then I guess one of the other guys started recording from the other side, but I never got his copy. But I'm like, I can't believe nobody's filming this. But one, because of the 2 people who were playing, right? And not that they're famous in the chess world, but they're, who they are in the world. And so I love that game. But yeah, that's it. It wasn't sped up. I did not speed that up.
I would have to move a one of the chess pieces, grab Jim's book, open it, read it.
The clock would be running.
I would have my own clock.
There you go. Now you're talking.
And
then I kid you not, when I was at UMass, I used to play an international master, and we each got 2 minutes each for the entire game. Right. So the game is over by 4 minutes at the most.
Oh, geez.
And so you would move. The first thing that occurred to you, you moved, and because you didn't have time to think, you didn't have time to do anything but move the piece. And so our games were fast and furious, if I could coin a phrase.
Wow. Yeah. See, that's to me.
Wait a minute.
Look at this is for you. This is sent by Anandmai for you.
For who? For who?
For Jim. It says when you meet a person with the same vibe as you, and this is how they meet.
Thank you.
I think this is a great talk. What did we talk about stem cell today? Were we eating peanut butter? So, to me, peanut butter is great. But hey, Dr. Yu.
But he's muted. We can't hear him.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear Dr. Yu.
He's always
moving around. There is only sun. There is no audio.
I'll lip sync for him.
Well, but what I want to do for you guys while I have all of my guys here is Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, man.
Or not, I know that you guys inspire
everybody. Is that this tomorrow? Or
yes.
Okay.
So then the best way to remember it is just after our birthday.
Well, that's what I thought, but then I saw something that said that it was the next week, and that I thought was strange because it's almost always the middle of June rather than towards the end of June.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
That would be the end of June is grandfather's day.
It says here June 21st, Ankit.
I don't know.
I know. I thought it was tomorrow, and because Trump's, not that I'm a Trump fan, but somehow they got my email, and they've been sending me these things about make sure you send Trump a Happy Father's Day. And I'm like, yeah, right.
So maybe Kim, so tomorrow is a grandfather's
21st.
day.
The 21st.
Hey, tomorrow is what?
Tomorrow is grandfather's day.
Well,
Tomorrow's Grandfather's Day. Happy Grandfather's Day.
yeah.
Yeah.
Any cards that you want
Okay.
get sent your way, take them.
Nice save. Thank you. No, I really thought tomorrow was because of all the emails I was getting. Oh my gosh.
It's
I
the
should check my
21st.
calendar.
Google does not
And you know,
lie.
Kim, what happened? Kim, what happened?
It does, so it lies about my age.
Kim, what happened? What happened today? People are watching you, and all the sons and daughters, they have bought a lot of gifts from dollar store after listening you for Father's Day tomorrow.
Oh dear.
Makes sense.
Save it for next week.
And now Lynn has to refund all those money back and take that.
No, they're not perishable. So they'll last till the 21st. They're not perishable.
Just give them tomorrow and then do it again because you save so much money.
Right.
And you got bonus dollars, right? So if you got your bonus dollars, buy again.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what we have. We do have bonus dollars. So anybody who signs up to become a customer, even before you become a customer, as it says on the bottom of the screen here, you get $5 basically in rewards to apply to your very first purchase.
Right.
And think about it, because what are we talking about here? Financial fitness, cutting the gap between poverty and financial sustainability. Well, it's a win-win-win. I don't know how many wins I can count. I only have 5 fingers, but you don't have to go out. Okay.
That's mine.
You have it shipped to your door. So you save money on driving. You don't have to go out and risk getting the virus. Okay. You get a discount, and everybody loves discounts. You get free shipping if you buy over $25 worth. Okay, which is easy because if you buy just masks, that's $25. Okay, so 25 or more free shipping, and basically you're helping Money Masters with a mission of creating financial sustainability. I'll get that word.
You got it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
Lynn,
when I started shopping, I was thinking to myself, these things are so inexpensive, and I only got up to $21.99. But
I know,
to
right?
get to $25, I wanted free shipping, so I ordered more. And
I
so,
know.
But Lynn, there is one more thing to it. The store name is family.dollar store, and people or a family can easily save $20. Because in a family, we minimum have 3 people and maximum there is no limit. And if everyone creates an account, they have $20 or maybe more than that.
Yeah, sure.
So we should sign up and get $20.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes,
But you know what's interesting? I agree with you. Like I'll buy all of this stuff and it's only $20. And I'm like, holy cow, that took an hour to find 20 because I'm filling up my cart, right? And I'm like, I gotta buy and I can only buy so many napkins and things and toys.
I will be talking to Lynn after this show to solve the problem that how you have to find out $25 of item at one click, and you don't have to look for more options, and you'll get free shipping.
Yeah, because you're rebuying your products, and that is great.
You will buy your product. You will buy your product on just one click.
Just one click. But here's what would be cool is if there is a AIs in there and it knows what I like, right? So when it gets on there, it goes, "Did you get your chocolate?"
I will talk to you after the show.
Okay.
That's a secret. Secret.
Good.
It's a secret. It's a secret. After the show, Ankit's going to share a secret.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about if we can share it with the public. But I can't. I love Saturdays. I don't know. Even though I'm working and everybody's out doing something else, the talk is so different on Saturdays.
Yes.
And we have so many great people, but we all seemed a little more relaxed. Even though we're here, could be doing something else. We all seemed a little more relaxed, and the energy is high. And we've got new people coming on, and today is Sasha's big game day. I hope everybody is going to be on there with us. And just think about this: if you win the cash prizes, you can go and buy something on the Family Dollar store.
Yes.
And then you're going to be donating to us. And think about how many wins is that?
Lots of wins.
2 hands. You need 2 hands for that.
2 hands.
I mean, but giving for, but and then tomorrow, we've got kids shows, we've got music shows, we've got Zach who's been going and doing out and about for us, which we need to go out and watch some of the out and abouts to see how great life is outside, that it's not all humdum and the riots that everybody is trying to make us afraid of. But I do want to warn people to be just very, very careful if you are going out, because there are some crazy people out there.
There are.
And, so yeah, there are. Jim's staying home, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, stay home.
We have to start calling him Master Jim now. So now, from now onward, we have to call Jim as Master Jim.
Master Jim. But
It's either that or Maestro.
but just think about the things that we kind of been talking about today about improving our lives, being able to sleep better, eat healthier so that we feel better, right? And if we feel better, we can love ourselves and respect ourselves. And when we do that, we start respecting and loving others. And I think that's kind of the cycle of life that we've been talking about more than today, but it kind of evolved today with some of the great guests that come on our show. And did we talk about cricket?
We never get time to talk about cricket because cricketers didn't show up today.
Yeah.
Cricket didn't show up today, so we're going to get to cricket. But
It's just me and Ankit. So we were talking cricket for a while by ourselves.
And thank you guys for carrying the show for me. And I'm going to tell you that I wish that I got progress out of not being here. I would have been better off staying on the show. Most definitely would have been better off staying on the show. But I got stood up, except that they called me and wanted to talk to me. But they were real people and then I had to call somebody else. So it was just, I would have been better off staying on the show.
Been there, done that.
But anyway, but we get, unfortunately I have a lot of things I have to take care of. But we all do, right? And that's why we're here.
Yep. So I just want to tell Ankit so that he knows Grandfather's Day is September 13th.
Wow.
September 13th, just so we all know.
September, wow. September's got a lot of stuff in it, right?
That does. Yeah.
And, so September 13th, I will remember that. I don't have any grandfathers. I don't have any parents, but
well, that goes
but
way
I
back
still honor
into
those days. I still light a candle.
I miss my grandfathers.
I
I miss my grandfathers. I have a grandfather who is my grandfather's younger brother. Yeah, younger brother. But I miss my grandmother and grandfather. We used to talk a lot, and they are from a different generation. But it was a great conversation. But somehow, they are not with us. But they are in our dreams, and they wish me every day, and they come in my dreams as well, talking to me what I'm doing and what I'm not doing.
Now that's cool. There is nothing better than to have somebody who left this world come back and visit you in a dream. To me, that is just like, I wake up so elated. I don't want to wake up, right? I'm just like, oh no, just one more minute, That is cool.
It's not just about grandfathers. There are a lot of connections which you build over a period of time. And those are your uncles and your aunts and things like that. And I have a couple of people with good connection, and they are not in the world anymore. But they usually come and talk to me in my dreams because I have a lot of influence. And then that is what the conversation is all about. And I'm fortunate that I remember my dreams as well. So that is something which I don't know how it happened.
We need to get a dream catcher doctor on, because sometimes I can remember. And sometimes when I wake up, I can't. And I cannot figure out. Why can't I remember? And then it worries me all day. And I wish, I could just push it aside. But no, you're right. It's great when you can remember them. You're lucky, because sometimes I can. And then sometimes I'm like, I can't remember a thing. But a dream catcher doctor would be cool.
And I did a social experiment, and I thought that I will dream about something today. And after a couple of months of trial, I sometimes what happens is that, so suppose I want to dream about cricket. So I keep it in my conscious mind, and then I get a dream something about cricket, and then I woke up and said, okay, I dream about cricket. So sometime it happens that way as well. I mean, I don't know what going on.
To influence your dreams. This is like a cool book, like a Stephen King book almost. You can influence your dreams, and can your dreams influence your real life, right? I mean, that's
And also, I believe that dreams and deja vu, they go side by side for me, because sometimes if something has happened, it's like I've already experienced it, and I don't know. I mean, is it my dream or is it reality? I don't know. I mean, sometimes it happens and I feel the same.
Well, I believe that my ancestors are still in my unconscious, and so I get closer to them when I'm dreaming, when I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
But I also light a candle for my grandmother, who taught me to light candles for people. And anywhere in the world I go, I find a church that I can go and light a candle for her. So she's present when I'm doing that.
I got photos when Ed had asked me to share photos of me traveling. I go, I got photos of a lot of churches and candles. And a lot of business photos, so you know what I do, right? But I'm the same way, Jim. I'm the same way. That was taught to me as a young child, and it's interesting though, because what does it do? It not forces you; it encourages you, it inspires you to do what? To go into a different city and visit a different culture of their religious practice, and it's different in every place.
Yeah, and I'll be tagging Lynn and Tim on my next days of photos, because we need to get collected a lot of photos from different parts of the world. So let's see what comes tomorrow for Lynn and Jim.
Yeah, tag them, and definitely, I'm learning how to play this game. It's a game that Ankit sent, and you have to tag people while you post pictures to get them to post pictures. It'd be great to get them all into one place and see where everybody has been. But we got to wrap up today, and so thank you, everyone.
I'll play the social ambassador message before we wrap up. So here we go.
हैंड होकर और ऐसे खांसी दवाई अच्छू और करोना वायरस को
Thank you.
And that's the wrap for the day. And thank you for joining us. It was a Starry Saturday with all our experts and people. We started with mental health, and now we are all happy and excited to watch chess stars. And tomorrow is Super Sunday with a lot of music from South Africa and a lot of comic and kids show also from South Africa. So hope to see you soon tomorrow. Thank you for joining us, and have a good weekend. And tomorrow is not Father's Day. 21st June is Father's Day. So be prepared.
Misinformation.